If you like the story, you can support the author on Patreon. Link is in the description.
Chapter 276, Steve. Chapter 273. When Fang Mo opened his eyes again, he had returned to the main world of Minecraft. As usual, he first inspected his territory, checked the surrounding crops, and the various automated monster factories. Thanks to the presence of world anchors to keep chunks active, and villagers wielding swords in place of players, the factory was once again overflowing with loot: emeralds, meats, minerals, so much that the chests could no longer contain them, spilling onto the ground in rotating clusters. Fang Mo compressed coal, iron, and emeralds into blocks and then organized the storage. He complained while managing the inventory through Steve, "It's so troublesome without storage mods. It would be great if there were more chests or storage barrels." In fact, Applied Energistics 2 would be the ideal storage mod, but it's almost impossible to use without a crafting list, so Fang Mo didn't consider it. Instead of delving into Applied Energistics, he thought it better to make a thermal expansion storage box, a mod he already had access to. Speaking of which, Fang Mo pondered, touching his chin, the world of Jojo doesn't seem to unlock many mods. It seems I've only unlocked 50% of mod permissions with the stone mask, right? He had noticed that unlocking mods was becoming increasingly difficult. In Asgard's treasure house, he could easily unlock several mods, but in the recent worlds of Jojo and Bleach, Bleach gave 2 mods, but Jojo only half. He didn't even know where to unlock the remaining 50% of the Jojo mod. Vampires from Jojo couldn't unlock it, so should he search for vampires in other worlds? Type Moon's true ancestors, Alucard from Helsing, or go to Castlevania as a demolition director? Fang Mo had a bit of a headache about this. He consoled himself, thinking maybe the world of Jojo was just beginning, so there were fewer mods. Perhaps more would be unlocked later, like the iconic scene in Jojo's second season where Joseph Joestar, to infiltrate a Nazi base, stuffed coconuts into his shirt and cross-dressed as a woman, calling himself Tequila Girl. Fang Mo thought such a bizarre appearance must surely unlock a gender-bending mod. But then again, if his memory served him right, Minecraft did have a stand mod. Not just the Jojo stand mod, but also mods like superheroes, Iron Man, or Naruto Ninja. But for some reason, Fang Mo seemed unable to activate these world-specific mods. In the Marvel world, he tried the Iron Man suit; in the Naruto world, he studied ninjutsu seriously, even taking away tailed beasts, but for some reason, he couldn't unlock these mods. Fang Mo pondered for a moment, suspecting it might be a system issue. Such a mod, like the Infinity Gauntlet mod, seemed impossible to unlock. But if you insist on saying so, then what about the Infinity Gauntlet mod? This mod is genuinely in the process of being unlocked. After much thought, Fang Mo couldn't figure out the reason. So, he simply gave up thinking, lay on the bed to slack off, and controlled his avatar, Steve, to go out and work. It turned out that Minecraft really is a time black hole. Unknowingly, Fang Mo had spent nearly half a month here. During this time, Fang Mo mainly controlled Steve to mine and explore, especially the Twilight Forest. He had scoured an area of thousands of blocks. He found several sets of life charms alone. He even stored half a chest of Hydra meat steaks. Of course, Fang Mo didn't always control Steve to explore. Occasionally, he would study the workbench, mainly trying to create a thermal expansion storage box. Previously, Fang Mo wouldn't have had the patience for this. But now, having experienced several worlds and accompanied by Ashwet, he has grown a lot in terms of mentality. Studying the workbench during his free time didn't seem so hard anymore. Once Fang Mo adjusted his mindset, he unexpectedly managed to blindly create a storage box. After all, the synthesis list for thermal expansion is relatively simple. Fang Mo first researched something called a redstone servo, and then, using metal ingots, boxes, and servos, he quickly made a storage box that could store 20,000 items, or 312 stacks. And this was just an ordinary storage box. When Fang Mo was on the server, he had a basic understanding of this mod due to his partner. He knew that the machines and boxes in the thermal expansion mod could be upgraded. Apart from the initial basic box, there were higher levels: hardened, reinforced, sine alum, and resonant. The highest, the resonant box, has a storage capacity of 500,000 items, or over 7,000 stacks. Moreover, the box can be enchanted, with the highest level of expansion 4 apparently having a capacity of 1.5 million items. This means the storage box can hold a total of 23,437 stacks. However, somewhat regrettably, Fang Mo hadn't yet figured out how to make the upgrade kits. But just the ordinary storage box, coupled with expansion 4, was enough for him. After all, Fang Mo only had some power-generating devices and hadn't yet delved into any large-scale technological mods like mining fields. Besides the storage box, Fang Mo also took the time to research the Avaricia. Although he couldn't make other items, he managed to create the ultimate workbench. This was quite easy to make, just mindlessly piling up workbenches, 1-time compressed, 2-time compressed, and then surrounding them with crystal matrix ingots. It was more expensive than complicated. The purpose of Fang Mo making the ultimate workbench was quite simple. He wanted to eat the cosmic meatball. This was much easier to make, just putting 2 portions of the original meat in it, and Fang Mo figured it out quickly. After doing all this, Fang Mo was pretty much ready to take it easy. He would casually make some tinkers construct weapons, brew some alcohol, or make some Pam's harvest craft food. Although a person's Minecraft world can indeed be lonely, and due to realism, neither Ashwe nor the Ender Dragon can appear in the Minecraft world to accompany oneself, Fang Mo has gradually gotten used to this loneliness. Occasionally, he looks at the player statues on the mountain, fishes, and farms, feeling quite leisurely. During this time, Fang Mo also made himself a broad-bladed greatsword using emeralds and blunt gold, and specially inlaid a pink jade hook from the bamboo mod. Blunt gold can perfectly suppress enemies during attacks, causing them to weaken, slow down, etc., and the emerald's solid base effects are well known. As for the pink healing jade hook, it can rapidly regenerate health by consuming durability. As long as it's enchanted with indestructibility, it's a no-brainer for healing. In other words, as long as Fang Mo plunges this sword into the chest of a patient, not only will the patient not die, but they also can't escape. Fang Mo calls it the Ministry of Punishment, life-saving doctor's sword. However, these easy and leisurely days didn't last long. One midday, Fang Mo, as usual, sent Steve underground to mine. While passing by a dungeon, he unexpectedly discovered a gold-covered book inside. It was written in Japanese and named, Chainsaw Man. But Fang Mo had a Chinese translation mod and instantly understood the specific meaning of this string of Japanese. Chainsaw Man. Fang Mo looked somewhat surprised. He had seen this manga before and heard it was going to be animated before he died. Sadly, he was k'LLED by a dump truck before he could see it, which was quite regrettable. But how to describe this anime? Everything else is fine, the only pity is that the author is a deep well ice, a metaphor for being emotionally distant or hard to understand. The story takes place in a world similar to a fictional modern era, filled with monsters known as devils. These devils gain power through their names, the more people fear the name, the stronger the devil becomes. For example, if there were a green hat devil, it would be extremely powerful because people fear this thing. Conversely, if there were a chicken devil, it would be weak because few people fear chickens. People might even joke about it. Basketball could probably K*LL this devil if thrown at it. In short, the manga Chainsaw Man unfolds its story under this setting. Some of the plot points and stories are quite bizarre. Of course, some devils are indeed very powerful and could be useful as weapons. Thinking this, Fang Mo was actually quite tempted. But as tempted as he was, Fang Mo didn't choose to go there right away. The reason was simple, Nick Fury had been waiting for him in the void for so long. It seemed a bit inappropriate not to go back and find him. Moreover, Fang Mo thought about the upcoming plot and it seemed like it was almost time for the Guardians of the Galaxy. So, even for the sake of the Infinity Stones, he had to take a trip to the Marvel Universe first. I'll apologize to Nick after I go back. As he said this, Fang Mo put away the Chainsaw Man's gold-covered book and had Steve pull out the Marvel gold-covered book. How to put it? Should I say the poop stuck in the toilet couldn't be flushed, would he believe that? While saying this, Fang Mo controlled Steve to open the book. Accompanied by rolling black mist, his vision once again plunged into darkness. Chapter 277, Steve Chapter 274. Happiness, akin to a nocturnal emission, is a deeply personal and sometimes unexpected experience, fully comprehensible only to the individual experiencing it. After Fang Mo reached adulthood, he hardly ever experienced it again. He had already thought about how to explain to Nick Fury, believing that the latter would surely understand his dilemma. However, when he used the space stone to teleport to the void, he found that things had unexpectedly gone awry. Master Mage. Upon seeing Fang Mo appear, the collector, Tavan, quickly put down the collectible he was cleaning and said with a smile, "Have you finally finished your tasks? Please forgive my rudeness, I almost forgot about you." "Oh, it's fine." Fang Mo waved his hand, as he wasn't there to see Tavan. "Where's Nick Fury?" "Nick?" The collector seemed confused. "What's that?" "The black man," Fang Mo said, "the guy who came here with me. Don't tell me you've taken him as a collectible." No, of course not." The collector quickly shook his head. "Such a cheap black-skinned earth slave, no, I mean, he's a friend of the Master Mage, an honored guest of the Void. As a member of the Universal Elders, I would never commit such a discourtesy." "Oh, then call him over." Hearing this, Fang Mo nodded. "I need to take him away." "No problem." The collector nodded, then turned and shouted, "Karina, please bring our esteemed guest, tell him the Master Mage has returned." However, what neither of them expected happened. After a short wait, this red-skinned girl ran over in fear and panic. "Lord Tavan, something's wrong," said Karina, her face full of tension. "The black-skinned earthling has disappeared." "What?" The collector was also stunned. He glanced at Fang Mo, who started putting on the Infinity Gauntlet without changing his expression, and was clearly panicking. Wait, Master Mage." Seeing this, the collector hurriedly spoke, "Let's discuss this. Put down the Infinity Gauntlet first, there must be some misunderstanding here. In the time it took me to take a dump, you've lost my big black friend, and now you're telling me it's a misunderstanding." Fang Mo simply spread his hands and said, "The universe is so vast, how the hell would I know where he has been sold off to pick cotton on which planet? Right now, with a snap of my fingers, I can randomly scatter all your collections across the universe. Why don't you try looking for one yourself? But you need 6 infinity stones to make a wish." The collector said quietly. "Oh." Fang Mo looked at him, then pressed his hand on a collection that looked like a flower. The space stone was activated, and a deep blue, mysterious mist instantly swallowed the item. Stop! The collector immediately panicked. "Ah, my Arcana Rose, that's my Arcana Rose." Just like how a collector would feel if their original Gundam model was taken home and broken by a visiting relative's naughty child, Collector Tavan truly couldn't hold it in anymore. He turned his head and yelled at Karina, "Didn't I ask you to keep an eye on him? What the hell did you do? Do you believe I will chop off your head and turn it into a living flower pot?" I. Karina was so frightened that she plopped down on the ground, completely dumbfounded. "Are you mute now?" But the collector had no intention of letting her off. "I'm asking you a question. You'd better give me a reasonable explanation, Karina. You wouldn't want me to use those ancient torture devices from my collection on you, would you?" "Master." Karina, terrified, immediately knelt down. "You said he was a distinguished guest, so I didn't dare to keep him locked in a room. At first, he often asked me when the Master Mage would return. Later, perhaps growing impatient, he started wandering around in the void, trying to find ways to pass the time. After that, I didn't see him anymore." "So you mean to say, he wandered off and lost himself?" Hearing this, the collector was truly infuriated. "I'll give you one last chance. If you can't think of anything, I'll have to hand you over to the Master Mage to vent his anger. You better pray he k*LLS you instantly." This. Karina was nearly in tears from fear, but in this silent terror, she suddenly thought of something and blurted out, "That's right. I thought of something, Lord Tavan." "Speak." The collector said with a grim face. That distinguished guest with dark skin, he seemed to have inquired about the civilization of the universe, Karina quickly said. "He seemed very interested in cosmic civilizations, asking me which ones were more powerful. I told him about Xandar and the Kree Empire." "Is that so?" The collector nodded and then said to Fang Mo, "Master Mage, it seems the truth is clear now. Your friend might have grown too impatient from waiting, and so he went to see the sights of these cosmic worlds. After all, Xandar, as the capital of the Nova Corps, is quite beautiful. How long have I been away?" After hearing the two people's statements, Fang Mo thoughtfully stroked his chin. "According to Earth's time calculation." The collector thought for a moment, then said, "It's been over a year. Damn it, I only pulled him for a year and he couldn't hold back." Upon hearing this, Fang Mo immediately said, "Back then, my Uncle Wolf waited for me for 18 years. Did he say anything? He just made a small complaint." Both the Collector and Karina looked at Fang Mo at the same time, neither daring to speak. Could he have gone to the Kree Empire? Fang Mo, unconcerned about their gazes, frowned in thought. He knew about the Kree Empire. It was because of the alien threat from there that Nick Fury wanted to establish the Avengers. So, compared to Xandar, Fang Mo was more worried that he might have run off to the Kree. Probably not. As Fang Mo was thinking, the Collector, having heard the conversation, explained, "The Kree Empire has very strict immigration controls. If your friend wants to take a spaceship from here to the Kree Empire, it's almost impossible. So you suspect he's on Xandar?" Fang Mo looked at the Collector. "What if I can't find him on Xandar?" "This." The Collector hesitated for a moment, then said, "If the Master Mage doesn't find your friend, I can mobilize all my contacts to help you search. Please trust me, my influence in the universe is still significant. And as an apology, I'll even hand over Karina, this foolish servant, for you to deal with." "All right then." Fang Mo thought about it and finally nodded in agreement, "Give me the coordinates of Xandar." This wasn't because Fang Mo was easygoing, but because he believed Nick Fury was no fool. Despite his lack of strength, having been with Fang Mo, a hellish joker, for so long, how could he not be smart? So, his disappearance was more likely him causing trouble, rather than being in trouble, especially since the Collector wouldn't dare deceive him about such a matter. Considering the time, the Battle of New York happened in 2012. After traveling between the MC world and here several times, and after defeating the Dark Elves and subduing Sir Tour, about a year had passed. Now, another year has gone by, aligning with the timeline of the Guardians of the Galaxy. He must get the Power Stone, as its output is too addictive, and it can unlock certain mods. Who would pass it up? The Power Stone first appeared on Xandar, where Star-Lord, Rocket, and Groot from the Guardians of the Galaxy were located, so naturally, he had to visit Xandar. Considering that Gamera was still on Earth, the plot of the Guardians of the Galaxy was bound to change, and Fang Mo had to personally keep an eye on it. All thanks to Nick Fury. Now, Fang Mo had to grab the Power Stone and also look for the cursed Dark Baldy. Luckily, the Collector's family was efficient in their work, probably wanting Fang Mo to leave quickly. They almost instantly gave him the coordinates of Xandar. Without delay, Fang Mo activated the Space Stone with a thought and vanished from the spot, surrounded by a misty blue fog. When Fang Mo reappeared, he was already in another space and time. Clearly, this was Xandar. He casually observed his surroundings, noting the advanced technological feel of the place. Everywhere were private landing pads and staggered floating streets, with security patrol ships occasionally flying across the sky. The people seemed leisurely, and despite their diverse skin colors and shapes, they all appeared relaxed and cheerful. "This place looks unexpectedly nice." Fang Mo nodded and observed the passers-by. Red skin, white skin, yellow skin, green skin, purple skin. Damn, why no black skin? Is there discrimination against my brothers? Decided then, tomorrow I'll move Wakanda to Xandar. With a clap of his hands, Fang Mo began walking along a road, planning to familiarize himself with the local customs before searching for people. Xandar's environment was truly impressive. Despite being a high-tech planet, there were hardly any towering skyscrapers, and the clear sky was unobstructed, much better than the metropolises he'd visited before. After all, Fang Mo didn't like high-rise buildings, finding them oppressive. Moreover, the planet's greenery was well maintained, with fountains and plants everywhere, and the fragrance of flowers was refreshing. Fang Mo even saw a tree bending over to drink water from a fountain. Amazing, this alien technology. Seeing the scene in front of him, Fang Mo couldn't help but nod his head. This tree knows to find a fountain to drink when it's thirsty, it's really humanized. Even an environmentalist girl would give it a thumbs up. However, just as Fang Mo finished speaking, a system notification suddenly popped up in his mind. System notification, new module feature detected, research it to gain download permissions. Chapter 278, Steve Chapter 275. The system notification sounded unexpectedly, causing Fang Mo to be momentarily startled. Hey! As if sensing something, Fang Mo looked up at the tree person not far away. The tree person, unaware of Fang Mo's gaze, continued to drink from the fountain. As Fang Mo pondered how to approach, a creature resembling a small raccoon beside the tree person couldn't hold back any longer. It slapped its forehead with its little paw and said helplessly, "Groot, can you stop this nonsense? Fountains aren't for drinking. Who knows if it's echo water filtered from urine? Doesn't that disgust you?" The tall tree person quickly wiped his mouth and shook his head innocently. "You drank it, I saw you," the raccoon rolled its eyes. "Do you think lying can fool me? I am." Before it could finish, the raccoon's bounty detector suddenly beeped. "It seems we have a target." The raccoon lifted the detector, scanning the surroundings. When it passed a human, the device marked a red circle. "Ah, a foolish human. Let's see how much you're worth." "What? 40,000. Haha. Groot, we're rich." However, when the raccoon turned to its companion, a strange man had appeared next to tree person Groot, happily spitting water into the fountain, while Groot continued to drink as if nothing had happened. "Foo *k. Dude, what the hell are you doing?" The raccoon was furious, pulling out its modified gun. "Do you think it's easy to bully my brother? I'll blow your head off." Groot was also startled, not understanding why his friend was angry. He wiped his mouth, stood up, and looked at the two in confusion. The atmosphere was quite tense. No one expected the furry little creature to have such a fiery temper. But what the raccoon didn't expect was the man opposite it looked at him, slowly turned around, his pants still properly on, but the water stream was coming from one of his fingers. In the next second, the man pulled out a cup, caught some water from his finger, and then drank it all. The little raccoon was also baffled when it saw this scene. "I saw your friend constantly drinking water from the fountain. I was afraid that the fountain would run dry, which would be quite embarrassing, so I helped him by refilling it with pure drinking water. There's not even a single atom of impurity in it apart from water molecules." Fang Mo smiled and looked at the rocket raccoon in front of him. "So, what's the problem? Do you think my approach is wrong?" "This." The rocket raccoon seemed a bit lost for words too, awkwardly scratching its head with its little paws. "Okay, sorry mate, I thought you were one of those stupid humans, you know, they, often make a fool of themselves." "Humans?" Fang Mo stroked his chin. "Sorry, I am a block person." "Block person?" The rocket raccoon was also stunned upon hearing this. "Wait, are there such strange races in the galaxy?" "The block race? My homeland is not in your Milky Way." Fang Mo spread his hands. "Well, the universe is really big." The rocket raccoon shrugged. "Welcome to Xandar, friend, it seems it was all a misunderstanding before. So, goodbye." After saying this, the rocket raccoon called out to Groot, intending to leave. "Let's go, Groot." "Wait, are you bounty hunters?" Before the rocket raccoon could leave, Fang Mo suddenly asked. "Yeah, we've got work to do." The rocket raccoon was a bit impatient. "What's up?" "I'm actually a bounty hunter too." Fang Mo said with a smile. "Didn't expect to meet a colleague here, that's really coincidental. How about we all have a drink together after I finish my mission? My treat, how does that sound?" "Haha, you're really generous." The rocket raccoon also started laughing, as it's not in its nature to pass up a good deal. "I have a very good capacity for alcohol, you're going to regret it." "Are you sure?" Fang Mo also laughed. "I drink by the cubic meter, gulped 3 times and I've downed a cubic meter, do you still dare to compete with me? Do your block race stomachs also connect to other dimensions like the devouring beasts?" After hearing this, the rocket raccoon rolled its eyes. "Forget it mate, let's just finish our missions first." "That makes sense, then wait for me for a second." Fang Mo touched his chin and said, "You mean 1 second?" Rocket raccoon couldn't help but laugh. "Please, is there something wrong with your race's concept of time? What can you accomplish in 1 second? Spit on the ground. Then, how about we make a bet?" Fang Mo also laughed after hearing this. "My mission is to capture someone, and I bet I can do it in 1 second." After saying that, Fang Mo took out a piece of gold from his pocket. "This is the stake. Ha ha ha, if you want to give me something, just say it." Seeing this, Rocket Raccoon also laughed. "Okay, I'll bet with you. This is your own word." Fang Mo also became amused, and then he raised his hands and shouted loudly, "The world! Zia. With Fang Mo's action, the time sword in the storage space was suddenly activated. The static time field rapidly expanded outwards in a spherical shape. In the blink of an eye, everything lost its color, followed by utter silence, as all things fell into an eternal pause. Fang Mo looked at Star-Lord in the distance. That is, Peter Quill, the protagonist of the movie Guardians of the Galaxy. At this moment, he had no idea of the impending crisis, still flirting with an alien girl. Yes, in the original story, it was he who found the orb and then tried to sell it to a middleman on Xandar. Accidentally, he revealed information about Ronan, scaring the middleman, who refused to trade with him. The moment he walked out of the store, he was targeted by Rocket Raccoon and Gamera. The former wanted to capture him for a bounty. The latter wanted to take the orb from him. However, because of Fang Mo, Gamera is still in jail on Earth, so currently, only Rocket Raccoon and his team should be targeting Star-Lord. Thinking is one thing, but Fang Mo's actions didn't stop. He casually walked over, carried Star-Lord on his shoulder, and then slowly returned to his original position. The next second, time begins to flow. Along with Fang Mo's words, the time sword vibrated again, and the previously static time returned to normal. Pedestrians continued to walk on the streets, and the fountain started spraying water again. What are you shouting about? 1 second is about to pass, Fu *K. Rocket Raccoon had just opened his mouth to mock, but in the next second, he saw Fang Mo already holding his prey, and this bizarre scene almost scared him out of his fur. What the heck? How did you do that? Hey! The lifted Star-Lord was also stunned. Wait, where am I? Chapter 279, Steve Chapter 276. Wait, where am I? Star-Lord was clearly confused as well. He looked around blankly and said, I remember. I should be chatting with a lady. This guy. After the initial surprise, Rocket Raccoon also reacted, is this that stupid human? Hey buddy, this is my prey. What? Your target is also this guy. Fang Mo pretended to be surprised, were you also hired by Yandu? You too. Rocket Raccoon also frowned, then he took out his smart computer and started to fiddle with it. Wait, let me check. No, the bounty on the platform was indeed only taken by me, no one else interfered. So what's the deal with you? Oh, I forgot to tell you. Fang Mo spread his hands, I am a dark bounty hunter. The Yandu job was actually one I got through the Ravagers. What the heck is a dark bounty hunter? Rocket Raccoon looked at Fang Mo with some suspicion, you're not playing me, are you? Bro, why would I play you? Fang Mo helplessly spread his hands, I mainly got into trouble before, offended a lot of people, so I was cancelled by various platforms as a bounty hunter. Hey! Rocket Raccoon was stunned, what did you do wrong? It was a long time ago. I took a big job once. The mission was to go to a chaotic planet, Fang Mo sighed and said. When I got there, I found two groups of people confronting each other, and then my employer also called me for an interstellar chat. He asked me if I saw a blonde man in the crowd. Fang Mo said this with a deliberately sad expression on his face, I had just woken up at that time and thought the job was a damn assassination mission, so I fired a gravity ray, directly blasting that stupid man into pieces. Rocket Raccoon was also a bit curious when he heard this and asked, then what? Then? Fang Mo sadly wiped his face and said, there's no then. My employer said the blonde man was his son and asked me to protect him in the upcoming battle. Damn. After hearing Fang Mo's explanation, Rocket Raccoon was astonished and said, how unlucky must the employer be to have met you? There's nothing I can do. I just woke up and my mind is a bit muddled, Fang Mo replied with a wave of his hand. Anyway, it's all in the past. Now that I'm a dark bounty hunter, it's quite good. Let me just chop off his head first. As he spoke, Fang Mo drew a Menulan cleaver from behind. Hey! Hey! Wait a minute! Seeing the large knife flashing with purple ghostly light, Star-Lord was visibly panicked, what I mean is, dark bounty hunter, is there a possibility, that Yandu wanted to capture him alive? Nonsense! Do I not know what kind of person Yandu is? Fang Mo retorted, he's the leader of the Ravagers, merciless in K***ling. He usually likes to eat intelligent species from other planets. I remember, oh, sorry, I just woke up and my mind isn't working well. Right, I remember he wanted to take your head back to drink with. After saying this, Fang Mo deliberately raised the Menulan cleaver in his hand. Big brother. Can I call you big brother, please? Star-Lord was genuinely scared upon hearing this. He was just having a dispute with Yandu. Such things had happened before, and it usually ended up with him being captured by mercenaries and sent back. But this time, he encountered a madman. Please, I beg you, okay? Look, there's a fountain next to us. Why don't you wash your face and sober up a bit? I think you're just trying to buy time. Fang Mo didn't care about that. While raising the sword, he smiled at Rocket Raccoon. Don't worry, little brother. I'll share half the bounty with you. I'm a man of honor. We'll make money together. Let's put the money aside for now. Rocket Raccoon glanced at his smart computer and couldn't help but say, it seems like Yandu indeed wanted him alive. It's written right here. Did you get muddled again after waking up? Ah. Fang Mo feigned surprise, really? Saying that, Fang Mo leaned over to take a look, and indeed, the bounty of 40,000 was clearly marked as a live capture, provided by Yandu Udanta. Fang Mo deliberately fell into deep thought. Thank God. Seeing Fang Mo stop his beheading action, Star-Lord finally breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help but say to Rocket Raccoon on the ground, thanks, little raccoon. Thanks for nothing, I'm called Rocket. Rocket Raccoon didn't have a friendly expression towards Star-Lord, showing his teeth and saying, did you think I came to save you? Kid, you're just our bounty. By the way, Fang Mo, do you have something like a sack? Catching him alive is such a hassle. Fang Mo took out a bundle of sacks from his pocket and couldn't help complaining, I always feel like this guy will run away. I am Groot. Maybe I can wrap him up. Just then, the tree man next to Rocket Raccoon suddenly spoke up, pointing to a ray gun on Star-Lord's leg, this way he won't be able to use his weapon, and will be safer. Use tree roots to wrap him up. Fang Mo subconsciously touched his chin, his eyes scanning Star-Lord's body in search of the orb. That's indeed a good idea. But rather than just tying him up, I think it's safer to take everything off his body. Right, let's start by taking his gun and electromagnetic generator. Rocket Raccoon agreed. But soon, Rocket looked at Fang Mo in disbelief, wait a minute. You can understand what Groot is saying. Oh, that's one of my abilities, witty banter. Fang Mo shrugged, although it's hard to explain the principle to you, I can chat with any thinking being. Not just the Flora Colossi, but even if Makai, Ion, or Jera show up, I can still talk to them. This is actually a characteristic of Groot's species, the Flora Colossi. Due to their tree-like nature, their vocal cords aren't flexible, allowing them to only say I am Groot. So, aside from their own species, very few can understand them. Rocket Raccoon could understand Groot's language and liked his personality, which is why they became partners. As for Fang Mo, he obviously used the ability of a localization mod. So when you caught this guy back in just 1 second, was that also your ability? Rocket couldn't help but ask. Correct, that's another of my SK*LLS, running faster than anyone. Fang Mo explained happily, actually, I have many other abilities I haven't shown, like critiquing, emitting light, live streaming, shopping for blackheads and oil removal tools. But actually, my best SK*LL is medical treatment. I can help patients pass away immediately, with no chance of revival, ensuring they go from the operating table to the crematorium in less than an hour, providing a joyful, all-in-one funeral service. Oh right, I also have another ability, sword dealing. And I have a rule for it, it must be done in a subspace, so everyone calls me the subspace vendor. After listening to Fang Mo, both Rocket Raccoon and Star-Lord fell silent. Even the usually honest Groot was a bit confused. Soon, the three of them exchanged glances, seemingly reaching a consensus that Fang Mo was crazy. Why aren't you guys talking? Seeing everyone's expressions, Fang Mo asked in confusion, weren't we going to take everything off him first? Ah yes, right, I almost forgot. Rocket Raccoon patted his head and said, great, you help me check if this guy has any prosthetics, and weapons, show me his weapons. They seem quite unusual. Oh, okay. Fang Mo, having seen the movie, knew about Rocket Raccoon's strange hobby of collecting others' prosthetics, but he didn't care about others' quirks. Right now, he just wanted the Power Stone, so he simply grabbed one of Star-Lord's feet and shook it hard, as if he was dumping trash. And with that shake, Star-Lord was like the little mouse Tuffy in Tom and Jerry. His little paper diaper was filled with firecrackers. And Star-Lord's pockets were filled with various high-end equipment from the Ravagers. It must be said, Yandu really spoiled his foster son, with illegally modified high-power ray guns, electromagnetic attractors, high-energy bombs, personal space life support devices, rocket backpacks, and a mess of other items scattered all around. Of course, there was also a Walkman, which was said to be a relic his mother left him on Earth. Hey! Hey! You can't take this! Seeing the Walkman fall to the ground, Star-Lord quickly shouted, "This thing is not a weapon, it's a little gadget from Earth, it's my songs. Hooked on a Feeling by Blue Sweet from 1973, you won't need it." However, no matter how much Star-Lord struggled, Fang Mo paid him no mind. He frowned at the pile of junk on the ground, then looked at Star-Lord, "Where's your orb?" "What? The orb?" Star-Lord was also stunned for a moment. "How do you know about the orb? Did Yandu tell you?" "This has nothing to do with Yandu. I want the orb because I have its mate, the Tesseract," Fang Mo bluffed. "The Tesseract in my hand has been hungry for a long time, it must find its kind to form a CP, look at the orb, the Tesseract, what a good couple they make." "But Yandu is also after this thing." Star-Lord reacted quickly and said, "There's a big bounty on the orb, Yandu ordered me to find it, and it's because of this damn thing that I broke with Yandu. Now you want the orb, isn't that like stealing from your employer? So, should we tear up the ticket?" Fang Mo was ready to draw his sword. No, big brother, don't rush, we can talk this over." Star-Lord immediately said, "I've thought it through. Instead of being caught and tortured by Yandu, I might as well sell the orb to you, then use the money from the sale to buy back my freedom from you at double the price. That way, you won't have to bother with Yandu, and I'll be free. How about it?" Fang Mo laughed after hearing Star-Lord's proposal. "I think you." But before Fang Mo could finish, suddenly a golden light descended from the sky, and unbeknownst to them, a Xandar security ship had already flown over, hovering above their heads. Chapter 280, Steve Chapter 277. "I think you." Before Fang Mo could finish his sentence, the Xandar security spacecraft had already flown over and hovered directly above everyone, beginning to release a traction field. Apart from Fang Mo, whether it was Rocket Raccoon, Groot, or even Star-Lord, they all floated into the air. However, it's worth mentioning that since Fang Mo was holding onto Star-Lord's leg, his current posture resembled a human-shaped helium balloon about to float away, swaying amusingly in the sky. "Oh no, not them again." Seeing this, Star-Lord couldn't help but sigh, and then reluctantly said to Fang Mo, "Bro, can you let go of my leg first? This makes me look stupid." Subject 89P13, "Put down your weapon." At this moment, the speaker on the security spacecraft also sounded, and this, "Gentleman of unknown species, please let go of Peter Quill's leg. In the name of the Nova Corps, you are under arrest for illegal mission execution and public brawling. Damn it." Hearing this, Rocket Raccoon also reluctantly put down his gun. However, unlike the others, Fang Mo completely ignored the spacecraft's warning and continued to question Star-Lord. "Look, now that things have escalated, if you don't want to go to jail, just give me the orb first, and I can take you away directly." "I don't want to go to jail either," Star-Lord replied helplessly, "but I haven't had the chance to find the orb yet. How about I give you the coordinates?" "Hey!" Hearing Star-Lord's words, Fang Mo was also stunned. In the original story, at the moment when Rocket Raccoon captured Star-Lord, the orb was already in his possession, but now he said he hadn't gone to get it. What's going on? Is this some strange butterfly effect? Because Gamera was detained on Earth, was the plot of the Guardians of the Galaxy also affected? I'll repeat it again, gentlemen of unknown species, please let go of Peter Quill's leg, you're under arrest. And at this moment, the speaker in the spacecraft sounded again. Meanwhile, the traction field hitting Fang Mo seemed to have strengthened slightly, probably due to increased power. But to everyone's surprise, Fang Mo still did not budge. "No way. Bro, how did you do that?" Star-Lord was also stunned. "That's the Nova Corps' signature move, the traction field, and it doesn't work on you. Mortal creations, yet you dare to affect the creator." Fang Mo waved his hand, not bothering to explain to Star-Lord, "You say the orb isn't in your possession, I ask you, are you sure about this? Why would I lie to you about this?" Star-Lord hurriedly said, "If I really had the orb, wouldn't I just use it to exchange for money with you? Why would I make things difficult for myself? By the way, what exactly is this orb, and why does it seem like a lot of people are after it?" "So, the orb is still on Morag?" Ignoring Star-Lord's question, Fang Mo subconsciously stroked his chin. So it seems I just need to make a trip there to get it." "Of course." Star-Lord nodded, "But only I know the exact location of Morag, you'd better take me with you." "No need for that." Fang Mo shook his head, "I'll go there myself first. As for you, just sit in jail here for a while, I'll come back to rescue you after I get that thing." After saying that, Fang Mo directly pointed a finger at Star-Lord. A bright cyan light shone at his fingertip, then quickly entered Star-Lord's body. Hey! Hey! What did you shoot into my body?" Star-Lord asked nervously. "My orientation is very normal, don't mess around." Fang Mo looked at Star-Lord strangely. "Are you sick?" "I'm just anchoring a coordinate." "Ah!" Star-Lord was stunned, but before he could react, a pale blue space mist enveloped Fang Mo. Then, Star-Lord felt his legs loosen, and he completely floated into the air. The Nova Corps patrol team was also a bit confused. This was their first time seeing someone escape right under their noses. But honestly, they were relieved to see this weird guy leave, as not everyone could resist the gravitational field beam with their body. They were a bit afraid of an accident. After a sigh of relief, the patrol team simply arrested the remaining few people. Meanwhile, on the planet Morag, a blue energy mist suddenly appeared in the void, and Fang Mo slowly emerged from it. It should be here, right? After stepping out of the space mist, Fang Mo observed the surrounding environment. This was an abandoned ancient planet, filled with jagged black volcanic rocks everywhere. Traces of active volcanoes were visible all over the ground, erupting at any moment. Billions of volcanic ashes dispersed in the atmosphere, darkening the sky. The clouds here were rich in water, and the severe temperature differences constantly engulfed the planet in thunderstorms and heavy rain. Due to the sulfides, the rain even had a certain corrosiveness. Fang Mo flew up from the ground, swiftly sweeping across the low altitude, observing the nearby ruins. Yes, this planet might have had a civilization, but now it had been abandoned for a long time. However, remnants of the civilization could still be vaguely seen on the surface of the planet. At first, Fang Mo would politely land and then walk into the ruins to explore. But soon, he lost patience. After all, there were too many ruins here, and most of them were deserted with nothing but some damaged cables and a bunch of broken stones. This was Morag, an entire abandoned planet. The original story only mentioned that Star-Lord used a scanner to find the orb, but Fang Mo not only didn't have that thing, but also didn't know how to use it, which was a bit troublesome. To put it bluntly, with this efficiency, Fang Mo might not even be able to explore a city-sized area in 3 days. So, very quickly, his methods became more aggressive. Fang Mo continuously flew in mid-air, not landing anymore. Whenever he encountered ruins, he would just think, and a violent gravitational field would forcibly tear open the top of the entire ruin, revealing all the internal structures. Fang Mo would just glance at it and not even stop. As long as he didn't find the orb, he would continue flying in one direction. Fortunately, he had a small map to record known areas, otherwise, Fang Mo might get lost with his random flying. Even so, the orb was not easy to find. Especially since the environment here was very harsh, making Fang Mo's mood even worse. He even thought about studying the multiple shadow clone technique, then using Nine-Tails Chakra to create thousands of clones to help him search. Of course, even without using shadow clones, Fang Mo could simply find a few local lizards, stuff them with some golden apples to increase their intelligence, and then try communicating with them using an invincible Mandarin translation module. After all, they have lived here for generations, and might have some impression of the orb. However, before Fang Mo could implement these two ideas, he suddenly saw a group of uninvited guests ahead. Near a ruin, a Kree black spacecraft was preparing to ascend and leave. Chapter 281, Steve Chapter 278. Seeing the spaceship not far away, Fang Mo expressed his displeasure. This Morag planet, apart from the orb, had nothing else worth exploring. This place was so remote that it didn't connect with any cosmic routes, to the extent that even cosmic scavengers were unwilling to come. If it weren't for Fang Mo getting the coordinates from Odin, he probably wouldn't have found this place. Under such circumstances, the appearance of the Kree spaceship here was quite mysterious, and their goal was obviously the cosmic orb. In fact, in the original Guardians of the Galaxy, Ronan the Accuser, a villain from the Kree, indeed set his sights on the cosmic orb. However, he initially didn't know that the orb contained an Infinity Stone. He only knew that Thanos wanted it and was even willing to deploy troops to help him destroy Xandar. But at the beginning of the movie, Star-Lord preemptively intercepted the orb. Unfortunately, now the plot has changed, and it's unclear where the problem occurred. Star-Lord did not get the cosmic orb, so it seems reasonable for the Kree to have it now. However, Fang Mo was determined to obtain the Infinity Stones. Not even the Emperor of Heaven could stop him. The moment he saw the Kree warship, Fang Mo immediately launched an attack, taking out the Stormbreaker axe from his storage space and hurling it forward with force. The planet Morag was already experiencing continuous heavy rain. The instant the Stormbreaker appeared, the entire sky was filled with thunder, and the axe itself turned into a lightning bolt and flew out, entering the opponent's dark stone warship in a blink of an eye, and then flying out from the other side, leaving only a continuously melting large hole. But that was not all. After throwing the Stormbreaker, Fang Mo used several teleports in succession, arriving in front of the spaceship like lightning, and with one hand pulled down, forcibly pressing the spaceship back to the ground with a massive gravitational field. The giant spaceship made of black stone material crashed to the ground, making a deafening noise. Without any unnecessary words, Fang Mo held his hands in the air, slightly exerted force, and with a grating metallic friction sound, the entire spaceship was torn in half out of thin air. All right, done. After completely destroying the opponent's spaceship, Fang Mo finally relaxed, slowly floating down from the air, ready to claim the cosmic orb. But with the destruction of the spaceship, the Kree naturally became alert. Soon a large number of Kree rushed down. They held guns in their hands, and despite being very nervous, they tried hard to aim at Fang Mo. The leader, a black man, walked out from inside with a sullen face. The man was not Ronan but rather a black man. However, this was normal, as this Kree spaceship was not Ronan's dark Aster but probably just a cruiser, so it wasn't likely that Ronan himself would appear. Who are you? Surprisingly, the black man on the other side was not afraid like his subordinates. Instead, he stared with big eyes and coldly said, "How dare you attack Lord Ronan's fleet? Do you have a death wish? You dare talk to me like that? You wouldn't happen to be from a background in interstellar agriculture, would you?" Fang Mo burst into laughter upon seeing this. "Honestly, you're the first unlikable black-skinned person I've met, and now I'm truly happy. Finally, I can torment you." Truth be told, even the black man's soldiers started getting nervous when they heard this. After all, Fang Mo was capable of tearing apart warships with his bare hands, his combat strength was like that of a deity. It was simply one-sided abuse. And yet, their commander seemed oblivious to the situation, shouting without knowing how death is spelled, "So, it was you who stole the item Lord Ronan wanted? Hand it over quickly." But this statement took Fang Mo by surprise. "What did you say?" Fang Mo couldn't help but ask, "Isn't the cosmic orb in your hands?" "Of course, the cosmic orb is not with us." The black man immediately responded, "Weren't you the one who destroyed my warship using the power of the cosmic orb? Now you play dumb? Hand it over quickly, or Lord Ronan will surely annihilate your mother planet. If Ronan can really find my mother planet, I'd even kowtow to him." After hearing this, Fang Mo shrugged and commented, "Unfortunately, Ronan doesn't have that ability. Even the old ladies dancing in the square at my doorstep could fool him for 5 minutes. Such a weak aura. How dare you insult Lord Ronan?" Upon hearing this, the black man couldn't hold back anymore and raised his giant ray gun. "I will K*LL you first. Then find your family and let them die in torture, so you understand the consequences of insulting Lord Ronan." He didn't finish his sentence. Suddenly, a hand pinched the muzzle of the gun. Fang Mo didn't speak, but the surrounding Kree soldiers started trembling uncontrollably. They didn't know why, but their bodies uncontrollably shook, as if a biological instinct sensed something, yet they remained unaware. "Honestly, I've been quite bored playing the peaceful role." Fang Mo smiled as usual, but his smile now seemed chilling. "So should I thank nature for sending you to me, brother? You've really taken a narrow path. Hey! The black man seemed stunned for a moment, but then sneered and pulled the trigger. Unexpectedly, the green energy ray fired from the gun not only didn't shatter Fang Mo's palm but was instead caught in his hand. The next second, Fang Mo clenched his fist lightly, extinguishing the energy ball. What? The black man seemed surprised, but before he could react, Fang Mo had already made his move. Fang Mo suddenly drew a great sword, piercing through the black man's chest, pinning him to the ground. Seems like you can't speak properly, let me teach you. I was just going to open your coronary artery and stuff some long staple cotton in it, to cause you some trouble. You. But now I've changed my mind. Before the man could finish his sentence, Fang Mo made a gun shape with his fingers, aiming at his forehead, and asked, "Do you want to become Agni?" The black man was baffled, not understanding Fang Mo's words. "My flame," Fang Mo smiled and explained, "will not extinguish until it burns its target to ashes." Then, a flicker of flame ignited at his fingertip, gently landing on the black man, engulfing him in a fierce blaze. However, before the black man could scream, Fang Mo pointed at the sword in his chest. Fang Mo, like the devil with a bat on his back, smiled, "And this sword of mine, unless the person completely turns to ashes, will keep them regenerating at high speed." Chapter 282, Steve Chapter 279. My flame can burn you to ashes. But my sword can prevent you from being burned to ashes. Fang Mo merely spoke these two sentences, and the surrounding Kree soldiers couldn't help but start trembling. They looked at Fang Mo in horror, feeling an indescribable malice emanating from him, as if he had shed a layer of human skin, revealing a terrifying entity beneath. Even their leader, Ronan, probably wasn't as frightening as Fang Mo by a 10,000th. But that was not all. Soon after, Fang Mo cheerfully drew another sword. "This sword of mine can accelerate the flow of time around you," Fang Mo explained. "But I don't think it's fast enough, so I'm going to do something big for you." As he spoke, Fang Mo opened a blue portal with a thought. On the other side of the portal was a world of inverted cognition, where skyscrapers hung upside down in the sky, and a few people were leaping between buildings, fighting with a bald woman in a yellow robe. Clearly, this was the mirror dimension, as Doctor Strange's timeline was nearing, and the Ancient One was fighting Dormammu's followers. But Fang Mo was not in the mood to chat with them, so he pointed at the mirror dimension and said, "Reverse Super Shinra Tensei." A gigantic spherical force field quickly formed and shrank rapidly inward. The Ancient One immediately reacted, hastily opening a portal and jumping next to Fang Mo. The remaining Dormammu's followers, however, were not so quick. Before they could react, buildings, air, and debris were all squeezed together, and they died without even having time to scream. "Have you returned from the outside world?" The Ancient One dusted off her clothes and looked around the environment. "So, where is this? Why did you suddenly look for me? Lend me the time stone for a moment." Fang Mo said. "What are you going to do with it?" The Ancient One was startled. "Have you collected all the other Infinity Stones?" "I'm in the process of collecting them." Fang Mo shook his head. "Just lend it to me for now, I'll return it to you after Strange has his car accident." "You?" The Ancient One was about to say something more but then noticed the humanoid flame at Fang Mo's feet. "Wait, what's the deal with this guy? He insulted my mother." Fang Mo said indifferently. The Ancient One fell silent for a moment, then tentatively asked, "Is Earth all right?" "This guy is an alien," Fang Mo said. Hearing this, the Ancient One didn't say much more. She even seemed somewhat relieved, quickly forming a spell. The eye of Agamotto slowly opened, and then she handed the time stone to Fang Mo. "Do you need me to teach you how to use it?" "I shouldn't need it." Fang Mo weighed the gem in his hand, "It's probably similar to the space stone." "I'll head back first then." The Ancient One said, "Caecilius has been trying to dismantle my sanctuary lately. I need to keep an eye on it." "Okay." Fang Mo nodded, and then the Ancient One opened a portal and left, the entire process lasting no more than a minute. "He, now we're going to have some fun." Fang Mo fiddled with the time stone in his hand, revealing a spine-chilling smile, "Don't worry, we have all the time now." In summary, under the power of the 4 Infinity Stones, Fang Mo finally gained torture capabilities rivaling those of a Grand Marshal. With the Time Stone and the Sword of Time, 10 minutes of burning caused the dark-skinned being to suffer 30 years of pain on the ground. The combined efforts of 3 Agni still owed him 6 years. Burning, just keep burning. Mental breakdowns were useless, the Mind Stone could bring him back in minutes. After 10 minutes, even the subordinates of Ronan around him were terrified by Fang Mo's methods. Since he possessed the Mind Stone, he unconsciously amplified the emotions of those around him. At this moment, these soldiers were trembling and willing to offer everything to Fang Mo, just to avoid such torture. Not only that, they also explained why their officer was so foolish. Their officer, named Korath the Pursuer, was originally a brave Kree, but suffered a head injury after joining Ronan years ago. Ronan then replaced part of his brain with a bionic one. This bionic brain could assist in computations but also caused him to lose some emotions. In his gratitude to Ronan, he hard-coded absolute loyalty to Lord Ronan into the core algorithm of the bionic brain, resulting in his blind loyalty to Ronan. Though fearless and brave, his intelligence was somewhat lacking. However, this metal brain was technically an external object and vaporized once Fang Mo burned it. After regenerating, he regained emotions like fear and began crying and begging, completely losing his previous toughness and pleading in various ways. After burning him for over 10 minutes, Fang Mo had almost had his fill of fun, so he simply started inquiring about the orb. After questioning, Fang Mo discovered that these people indeed did not have the orb. To ensure the reliability of the information, Fang Mo even used the Mind Stone as a lie detector and asked again, but it turned out they really didn't have it. When they arrived, the orb had already disappeared. I really got screwed over. Fang Mo rubbed his temples with a headache. Star-Lord didn't have it, Ronan didn't have it, surely the Power Stone didn't just grow legs and run away, right? That, sir. Just as Fang Mo was feeling a headache, the Kree soldiers suddenly spoke up. Actually, we already had some clues, we just weren't certain yet. Oh. Fang Mo looked at the Kree soldiers with some surprise. Go on. Actually, we received information before that besides us, others also wanted the orb. The Kree soldier hesitated. The other party seems to be Natonalism from the Void, offering 10 billion to collect the orb, and has already cooperated with the Ravagers. That's right, sir. Another Kree soldier spoke up. Actually, before we came here, we encountered a fleet of Ravagers nearby. The fleet was so massive that even we didn't dare to provoke it. The Ravagers. Fang Mo frowned, so Yandu had been here too. And the Ravagers were hired by the Collector, which means this damned Tavan was still after the Infinity Stones, and doing so behind his back. This greedy old dog, he truly deserved his death in Infinity War 3. Thinking about this, Fang Mo was so annoyed that his teeth itched. Chapter 283, Steve Chapter 280. Fang Mo did not expect this. The Collector was still fixated on the Infinity Stones. His outward manners were indeed passable, always treating Fang Mo with courtesy, never crossing any boundaries. Yet, behind the scenes, he never gave up on collecting the Infinity Stones. In the original story, he once offered 4 billion for the Power Stone. However, now, according to these Kree soldiers, the price has risen to 10 billion. Fang Mo, not familiar with the prices in the Milky Way, realized that the price must be substantial, as it was enough to mobilize Yandu to call upon other Ravagers for a full deployment. That's good. After some thought, Fang Mo suddenly showed a smile. However, to his surprise, this group of Kree soldiers were terrified, immediately kneeling down. Great. Great one, please calm your anger. This matter really has nothing to do with us. What? Fang Mo was somewhat baffled by the soldiers' actions. I didn't say it was related to you guys, did I? Indeed, Fang Mo's laughter had nothing to do with these soldiers. It was merely a reaction to the Collector's actions, amused by the thought that the Collector believed obtaining the Power Stone would make him invincible, or that he could keep this matter hidden from Fang Mo. Neighbors hoard food, I hoard guns, my neighbors are my granaries. Perhaps the Collector, having lived too long, had become a bit slow-witted, failing to understand such a simple principle. Initially, it would have been somewhat troublesome for Fang Mo to find the orb himself, as it was not only difficult to locate but also challenging to pry open its shell. But now, it seems easier. Fang Mo decided not to search for it personally. Instead, he planned to head to the Void to confront the Collector, Tavan, and take it, or rather, steal it. Considering that the orb might still be in Yandu's possession, Fang Mo decided to involve Star-Lord as well. Star-Lord was a real sun addict. As long as he was in Fang Mo's control, Yandu would surely hand over the item willingly. With this in mind, Fang Mo gradually clarified his next steps. First, he would visit the Klein prison to free Star-Lord and the others. After all, Groot still had an unlocked module. Once he gathered this group, they would together seek Yandu or the Collector to retrieve the orb. But before doing all this, Fang Mo had an even more important task at hand. I have a question for you. Fang Mo turned his gaze to the Kree soldiers before him. Do you want to suffer the same torment as him? No, no. The Kree soldiers almost broke their necks, shaking their heads. Please spare us, Great One, we truly meant no offense. If you don't want to be tormented, that's fine, but you must do something for me. Fang Mo stroked his chin and said, I don't know how long this task will take, but you have no choice. Either serve me or be burned as firewood for 30 years until you become undying embers. Please, tell us, Great One. The Kree soldiers exchanged glances, then collectively kneeled before Fang Mo. Fang Mo snapped his fingers, and the space stone suddenly lit up. Immediately after, everyone found themselves in a dim, silent, nearly shattered desolate world. This is the homeland of the Dark Elves, one of the 9 realms, Svartalfheim. As Fang Mo spoke, he took out a seed from his hand. What I'm holding is a white, fragrant, soft cotton seed. From now on, this pursuer. Sir, it's Korath the pursuer. A Kree soldier hurriedly reminded him. Oh, right, this whatever pursuer. Fang Mo nodded. From now on, you all are his overseers. You must supervise him planting cotton day and night without a break until Svartalfheim is filled with cotton. Only then can you be free. Understand? This. The Kree soldier hesitated for a moment. The place looked like a barren, dim yellow planet. It seemed unrealistic for one person to fill it with cotton. Perhaps they were doomed to die alone here. However, Fang Mo didn't give them a chance to think, immediately using the power of the Mind Stone. Inside the storage space, the Infinity Gauntlet suddenly clenched into a fist. Then, a golden glow shone through it, instantly enveloping the Kree soldiers present. Do you understand? Fang Mo asked with a smile. From today, each of you is a great slave master. As you command, sir. The Kree soldiers' eyes flashed with a strange blue light, similar to Hawkeye controlled by the Mind Scepter in the Avengers. They nodded and then looked at their superior officer with a fierce and arrogant expression. Plowing the land will probably require a lot of water flow. You can use this. As Fang Mo spoke, he casually threw a hot spring sword. The sword flew out and smashed into the ground not far away, creating a large pit. Then, warm spring water began to spread from the sword, quickly covering the entire pit. Since the hilt of the sword was completely submerged in the hot spring water, the spring did not spread wildly. As for food, Fang Mo thought for a moment, then threw out a dagger made of wrought iron. If you're hungry, gnaw on this weapon, but don't let Korath eat it, understand? As you command, sir. The Kree soldiers nodded, and then one who was a bit bolder suddenly asked, Sir, what if Korath starves to death? Simple. Fang Mo smiled again, very happily. He summoned his stand, Steve, materialized a few buckets of holy spring water, and then burned a large pit made of glass material on the ground, pouring the holy spring water into it. This water can defy physical laws and regenerate the human body, whether it's removing the stomach to let a new one grow back, or any other strange operation. Just figure it out yourselves, the creativity of intelligent beings is endless. Use your imagination to think of what fun can be had with this. As Fang Mo said this, he suddenly pounded his hand. Oh right, almost forgot the most important thing, a whip. After finishing his words, Fang Mo directly reached into the spatial mist and pulled out several brand new cowhide whips, then nodded in satisfaction. This is just right. After seriously instructing the Kree soldiers, Fang Mo left contentedly. After all, he is not Mephisto, who keeps torturing people once caught. Fang Mo had more important things to do, so he couldn't afford to waste too much time here. Before leaving Xandar, Fang Mo had anchored a spatial coordinate on Star-Lord. Even though he was unclear about the exact location of the Kyln prison, he could use the power of the Space Stone to determine Star-Lord's position and then teleport to his side instantly. Just like now. Fang Mo only needed a thought. And he traveled from Morag to the Kyln prison. Blue mist surged, and Fang Mo slowly walked out of it, only to see Star-Lord in a yellow prisoner's uniform talking to Rocket Raccoon. Beside them sat a bald, grey-skinned strong man, exuding a fierce aura. So, this plan absolutely requires that what? A Quarnix battery. Star-Lord couldn't help but ask. Because that's part of the damn plan, idiot. Rocket Raccoon was clearly a bit irritable. Don't interrupt if you don't understand technology, just listen to me quietly like that guy. He was only halfway through when Rocket suddenly caught sight of Fang Mo. Whoa! Rocket was clearly startled, his fur almost bristling. How did you suddenly come back? Can't you give me a heads up next time? You really scared me. I've come to help you break out of jail. Fang Mo said with a smile. I think it might not be necessary anymore. Hearing this, Star-Lord quickly said, our rocket here has already come up with a brilliant escape plan, we just need a Quarnix battery. As soon as Star-Lord finished speaking, Groot's large hand passed over a very high-tech looking battery. The next second, the entire prison's alarms blared. Chapter 284, Steve Chapter 281. Groot, I didn't say to dismantle the battery now. Seeing the battery in Groot's hand, Rocket Raccoon became agitated again. We haven't got the security wristbands yet, we can't even get into the watchtower. Yet, Tree Man, you jumped the gun. Star-Lord couldn't help but add, I haven't even had the chance to steal that cripple's fake leg yet. Wait, what do you guys need White's leg for? Hearing this, Drax, sitting on the other side, also became curious. That guy's leg was broken by me, do you need his prosthesis? I don't know, it was him who told me to get it. Star-Lord was obviously confused, spreading his hands and saying, you just heard him calling me a tech idiot, I don't understand this stuff. He told me to steal the cripple's fake leg, so I'll steal it. He told me to kick the cripple's good leg, so I'll kick it. Aren't we all just trying to break out of jail? Alright, I admit I asked for his leg as a joke. Rocket Raccoon, helplessly pressing his little paw against his face, spoke with frustration and conflict. I just wanted to see him hopping around on one leg, it seemed funny, but now I've changed my mind, let's escape first. And in the midst of their conversation, the surveillance drones of the KYLN prison also flew out, surrounding Groot. Prisoner, immediately put down the device and return to your cell. The voice of the prison guards came from the watchtower, followed by a red warning light on the drones and their guns pointed at Groot, otherwise, we will open fire. However, what the guards didn't expect was the seemingly simple-minded Groot suddenly roared. I am Groot. I want to take my friends out of here, don't stop me. The guards couldn't understand Groot's language and shrugged, pressing a red fire button directly. Instantly, the drones began spewing fire, and metal bullets caused wood chips to fly off Groot's body. Quickly, go get the security wristbands. Seeing his companion being attacked, Rocket Raccoon couldn't sit still and shouted at Star-Lord. Do you still want that fake leg? Star-Lord quickly stood up, running and looking back asking, if so, I'll bring it back too. What the hell are you doing still worrying about the fake leg at a time like this? Rocket Raccoon couldn't help but yell, hurry up and bring the wristband to me. Otherwise, you'll never get out. And you, Drax. After yelling at Star-Lord, Rocket Raccoon turned to the bald man with grey skin, didn't you say you're the boss of this prison? Hurry up and find a way to get me a gun, I can't beat them without a weapon. However, before Rocket Raccoon could finish, Drax suddenly said, you sneaky little creature, I think you don't need to look for a gun anymore. Who are you calling a sneaky little creature? Rocket Raccoon instantly got angry, but before he could say anything more, he heard a cry of surprise behind him and turned around in confusion. And just like that, Rocket Raccoon was stunned on the spot. Groot's body had somehow swelled to nearly 10 meters in height, his wood turning whitish, presenting a special texture between wood and stone. Bullets hitting him didn't even chip away the wood, only sparks kept jumping. And above his head, at this moment, grew a lot of things like tree branches, which at first glance looked like a crown placed on his head, making him look powerful. Groot even casually flicked his hand and shattered a series of drones. What the valve? Rocket Raccoon was stunned. Groot, what's going on? I am Groot. I don't know either. Groot looked down at the little one at his feet and slowly shook his head, but suddenly there's a constant flow of power inside me, and I feel great now. So what do we do now? Drax spoke again, not such a sleazy little monster. It's not the sleazy part I care about. Rocket Raccoon turned back and shouted, then quickly began to ponder the strange phenomenon in front of him. Its two shiny eyes darted around, quickly locking onto Fang Mo next to Groot. Then he hopped over and began to question Fang Mo. Is this your doing? Wait a moment. However, Fang Mo was not paying attention to him at that moment but quietly placed his hand on Groot's leg. After a while, Fang Mo finally heard the system notification. System notification, diversified tree sample researched, you have gained download access to a new module. System notification, forestry module begins downloading. System notification, forestry module download complete, load now. Hey! Hearing this system notification, Fang Mo was also confused. This, forestry. He guessed Groot would unlock a module related to plants, but he thought it would be something like plant magic, or at least a plant mineral. But forestry popped out? But isn't the essence of forestry beekeeping? Yes, Fang Mo also knew about this forestry module. It's a garden production module, with some simple machines that help players create fully automated farms, tree farms, mass-producing wood and crops, and it even includes fruit trees that can produce fruits like lemons, plums, and dates. But the most fun part of this module is beekeeping. Combined with other add-on modules, beekeeping alone can yield almost all resources in the game. Like the Helium-3 Bee Queen Fang Mo won in a lottery, it seems to be a product of a forestry add-on module called RETROBs, adding an equivalent exchange and technological revival linkage to forestry. You can even obtain industrial iridium, methane, UU matter, and even fusion products directly through beekeeping. Though absurd, it somehow makes sense in MC. No. System bro, can't you give me a magic module? Fang Mo helplessly wiped his face. I really don't want to play industrial anymore, please, give me a magic module. I was just joking about the fully automated cotton garden, OSH*T, wait, I actually did go play with cotton. So what have you been talking about since just now? Rocket Raccoon couldn't hear the system notification, and seeing Fang Mo mumbling to himself, he curiously asked, what cotton? What are you talking about? Fang Mo held his forehead, never mind, let's load it first. System notification, forestry module loaded successfully. System notification, as you downloaded and ran a new module, you have received a lucky block, which will randomly draw an item from any known module. I said before, didn't I? I have many abilities. After finishing with the mod, Fang Mo explained to Rocket Raccoon, one of my abilities is called Friend of the Plant People, which allows me to strengthen my plant friends. No, I mean, I can make friends with any plant. Are you sure? Rocket Raccoon looked at Fang Mo skeptically, buddy, don't think I'm easy to fool just because I have a small brain. Hey, why would I lie to you? Fang Mo shrugged, deep in the Kindling Mountains, my hometown, I have many chive spirit friends. They treat me like family because of this ability. I can befriend any plant. Oh right. Fang Mo added, except for blue silver grass, it's not worthy. What's a chive spirit? Rocket Raccoon, a cosmic creature, naturally hadn't heard of such a peculiar product of the world, and asked curiously, is it similar to Groot, a plant-like life form? Yes. Fang Mo nodded happily, but chive spirits are generally not as cute as Groot. They have no ability to resist and, like Kirayoshi Cage, yearn for a peaceful, plant-like existence. Yet, they're always harvested for medicinal purposes. Herbaceous plants, unlike woody plants like Groot, easily collapse from malnutrition. Fang Mo continued before Rocket Raccoon could respond, but the divine doctor of Xiongfeng Mountain didn't want that. He insists on using chive roots as a medicinal primer. Even if they collapse, my friends died in droves, and I buried them with my own hands. I told you I'm good at conducting funerals, right? That's when I practiced it. Geez, another stupid planet. Rocket Raccoon, a bit upset after listening, couldn't help but comment, enslaving other intelligent life forms, it's disgusting. I wish I could punch this planet to bits. No choice, I can't go back now. Hearing this, Fang Mo sighed helplessly, I'm collecting the Infinity Stones because I want to go home. That's the best idea I've come up with. If that doesn't work, I don't know what else to do. You can't go back. Rocket Raccoon looked at Fang Mo curiously. Yet. Fang Mo, still smiling, said nonchalantly, you might not believe it, but I got lost and might never be able to go back. If it's such a disgusting planet, isn't it good not to go back? Rocket Raccoon said. If I could take them with me, of course, I wouldn't go back. But that's a story for another time. Fang Mo shrugged, then quickly changed the subject. By the way, after the jailbreak, how about we pull off a big heist together? What do you mean? Rocket Raccoon asked. How about setting up a small squad in your name? Fang Mo suggested with a smile and a fist pump, starting with the Collector, Tanelier Tavan, then binding an entire living planet with turtle shell bonds. The evil, the fame of Team Rocket will be known by all civilizations, and together we'll turn the whole damn galaxy upside down. Chapter 285, Steve Chapter 282. Team Rocket. The Rocket Raccoon looked somewhat surprised and touched its head, saying, that really is my name. Now that you mention it, I'm kind of tempted. Shall we get started then? Fang Mo immediately showed a mischievous smile. We could also steal Sovereign's batteries together, rob others of their prosthetics, just like the Collector Tavan. You could build a huge warehouse and store all the spoils of war that we steal. How awesome would that be? Ha ha ha, that does sound really interesting. Rocket Raccoon laughed after hearing this but didn't nod immediately. But I really want to ask, the things you mentioned, they aren't really your own interests, are they? They're okay. Fang Mo smiled ambiguously, my only goal is to find a way home. Then, Rocket Raccoon pondered for a moment before looking up at Fang Mo, can you also take me to see your home if there's a chance? You might regret it. Fang Mo extended his palm, if we really get back to my homeland, I bet you'll be super popular. Just don't end up eating yourself into a fat ball or something. Don't worry, my diet is always healthy. Rocket Raccoon also laughed and extended its little paw to shake hands with Fang Mo. Do you need me to take you out? Fang Mo smiled, with just a snap of my fingers, we can teleport from here to the void, then Groot will act as a tree, I and Star-Lord will capture Collector Tavan in Aruba, while you record it, broadcasting this hopeful image to the entire galaxy. So what exactly is Aruba? Rocket Raccoon couldn't help but ask, you've been talking about this, it sounds like some kind of punishment. In my home planet, it's a game played by children, Fang Mo explained, it involves catching a man, oh, only a man, and then holding his 2 feet to make him do the splits, and then crashing him into a tree, a utility pole, a parallel bar, or a cactus, something like that. Oh my god! Rocket Raccoon slapped its face, now I understand why the death rate of Chive's spirits is so high. As they were talking, a swarm of drones emerged in the corridor, indiscriminately bombarding the surroundings. Groot immediately launched an attack, but some still managed to disturb the two. Okay, looks like it's time to leave. Rocket Raccoon said while dodging attacks, but let's skip the teleportation, our ship is still here, can you deal with the guards? Oh Jake. Fang Mo nodded and launched an attack the next second. He pointed his hand, and a black-purple gravitational ray shot out, disintegrating a series of drones, then tore a big hole in the prison deck, piercing through the solitary confinement cells, the infirmary, the police station, and then through the outer force field barrier, disappearing into space. And in the next second, the alarm around them immediately escalated. Prison's outer armor layer is damaged. Repeat, the prison's outer armor layer is damaged. Amidst the noisy shouts, the air pressure in the entire KYLN prison plummeted rapidly, the vacuum outside quickly sucking out the air, with tables, chairs, and a bunch of other stuff frantically flying out. Oh no! Rocket Raccoon almost got swept away but managed to grab Fang Mo's leg and was spared, now its fur all flattened by the wind, what are you doing? Solving the guard problem. As Fang Mo spoke, he raised his hand and pointed at a drone. No! Rocket Raccoon quickly yelled out upon seeing this. But it was already too late. Another thunderous ray shot out, disintegrating all tangible matter into dust. It then made a hole in the outer layer of the KYLN prison and disappeared into outer space. Now, they were in real trouble. The prison was breached on both the left and right sides, creating a vacuum pressure that frantically sucked out the prison's air. This even caused a vortex-like airflow. Not just tables and chairs, but also the drones in mid-air, along with some unstable structures, iron doors and pillars, were all torn down and thrown into space. Luckily, the prisoners around had already fled the scene, or else they would have turned into space popsicles by now. Damn, 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 damn. Rocket Raccoon was desperately holding onto Fang Mo's pants, cursing, stop dealing with the guards. Think of a way to block the hole, I can't hold on to you much longer. I am Groot. Rocket, hold on, I'm coming to help you. But quicker than Fang Mo was Groot. Suddenly, he shouted and extended his arms into countless vines that attached to the outer hull and grew rapidly. The grey-white vines quickly sealed the damaged area. Thank God, thank heavens. Rocket Raccoon finally relaxed and said to Fang Mo, what the hell did you shoot? The outer hull of Kyln prison is protected by a force field. Even accelerated particle cannons can't breach it in one shot. Isn't your power a bit too over the top? Oh, this is another ability of mine, called Sutra Salvation. Fang Mo casually explained, I can transform the sutras I recite in my mind into energy and then shoot it out from my fingertips, directly annihilating the enemy's body and soul. This is an act of great compassion and mercy, liberating both the body and soul. I call this move shooting sutras. Rocket Raccoon was completely baffled. But before he could say anything else, Fang Mo continued on his own. Of course, shooting sutras is just the most basic method of salvation, Fang Mo cheerfully said. Beyond that, I've developed various other methods like moving shot, random shot, frenzied shot, and seductive shot. I think your description sounds less like salvation and more like a galactic stallion. Rocket Raccoon couldn't help but retort, his mouth agape, the interstellar gunman they talk about must be you, right? I thought Quill was randy enough, but after hearing you, I think you're a walking disaster. I'm starting to not want to team up with you. I'm afraid you could even get male experimental animals pregnant. Ha ha ha. Fang Mo laughed after hearing this, I didn't expect you to be so good at quipping. From now on, you're a core member of Team Rocket, in charge of quipping. What is a quipper? Rocket Raccoon was puzzled, is it a position like a team leader? Even better than that. Fang Mo said, in my book, a quipper always has a plus 50 favorability setting. As long as it's not too outrageous, I can fulfill most of your requests. What is the job about? Rocket Raccoon asked. What you just did was perfect, Fang Mo said. I knew you were sharp-tongued, but I didn't expect your quips to be so cutting. Have you considered signing a contract with me and traveling to other worlds? I can let you steal Charles's wheelchair. What kind of nonsense is this? Rocket Raccoon was even more confused after hearing this. You're not just into causing trouble for the sake of it, are you? As soon as Rocket finished speaking, Fang Mo suddenly looked at him in surprise, as if to say you figured it out. Rocket Raccoon didn't say anything, just helplessly rubbed his forehead. Seeing Rocket Raccoon's reaction, Fang Mo immediately felt happier. After their outer armor was pierced twice by Fang Mo, the security personnel dared not attack him rashly. After all, everyone was just an ordinary person and couldn't stay long in the vacuum of space. If they pushed this lunatic too far and he blew up the Klin prison, everyone would be doomed. Soon, Star-Lord came running back with a security armband. Hey, what just happened? Star-Lord looked confused and said, I was just grabbing the armband when suddenly a black light streaked above my head, and then the prison was breached. Did some big shot come to break the jail with a Star Destroyer? Good news and bad news, which do you want to hear first? Rocket Raccoon said. Let's hear the good news first, Star-Lord replied, slightly startled. The good news is that the big shot is on our side, said Rocket Raccoon. And the bad news? Asked Star-Lord. The bad news is that everything that Big Shot said before is true, Rocket Raccoon said. Including the story about his employer he told earlier. You get what I mean? Star-Lord was at a loss for words. After a long pause, he barely managed to say to Fang Mo, Big brother, Yandu really wanted you to capture me alive. You weren't asleep just now, right? I know, but I've changed my mind now, Fang Mo said with a smile, looking at Star-Lord. I was planning to take you to Yandu for the bounty, but I suddenly realized that the orb is gone, probably taken by him, so I decided to exchange you for the orb. What? The cosmic orb is gone. Star-Lord was startled, then cursed quietly, these guys are really quick. Anyway, let's get out of here fast, Rocket Raccoon said impatiently, interrupting Star-Lord. First, go get my ship, and then leave this stinking place. Yes, and my ship too. Star-Lord quickly agreed. The Milano, you'll definitely like it. I am Groot. The over 10-meter tall Groot joined in. How are we going to get out? Humph, that's easy, Rocket Raccoon said proudly, waving the security armband in his hand. Just get into the surveillance tower, and I can make this place a zero-gravity area, then control the drones as a power source to break this. Before he could finish, Fang Mo already threw a punch. Boom! Just a casual punch, it seemed to suck all the air around, followed by a loud bang. The nearly 1 meter thick alloy gate was violently blown open, and the terrifying blast wave, like an explosion, flew out with the gate, tearing and deforming it. The gate was carried by the air and rolled nearly 100 meters before finally thudding down in the corridor. The scene fell into a strange silence after witnessing this. After a while, Rocket Raccoon barely changed his suggestion, or simply follow behind him, just walk out like that. What followed was simple. Thanks to Fang Mo's terrifying performance, the prison guards really didn't dare to stop him anymore. And thanks to him, the other members of the Guardians of the Galaxy, including Rocket Raccoon, Star-Lord Peter Quill, Drax the Destroyer, also all walked out. As for Groot, who had become a giant, he studied it for a bit, then shrank himself back to normal size. Although Groot returned to his original height, his physique had obviously changed. Initially, he looked like Ian, tall and slender. But now, after being strengthened by Fang Mo with the Ring of Arcana, he became much stronger. His arms were broad, his body was solid, and the vines on his body turned into something like wooden planks. Moreover, Groot's body was still that grayish-white color, looking like wood gradually petrifying, with a bit of a silver metallic sheen, appearing very strong just by the look. Due to the lack of obstruction, everyone quickly retrieved their belongings and then returned to the spaceship. It's worth mentioning that Rocket Raccoon, upon seeing Star-Lord's spaceship, immediately abandoned his own small spacecraft, indicating that it would be better for everyone to ride on the Milano together. Oh, this spaceship looks really nice. Rocket Raccoon, touching the various facilities around him, said to Star-Lord, I didn't realize, Quill, you're quite wealthy. These things are clearly not just for show. Actually, this ship was a gift from Yandu. Star-Lord shrugged awkwardly, you're not wrong, I'm just a pauper. Ha, no wonder he put a bounty on you, Rocket Raccoon mocked. Just this ship alone is worth more than 10 of you. Alright, stop teasing him. Fang Mo waved his hand and said, anyway, let him contact Yandu quickly, I have some things to ask that guy. Did you hear that? Quill. Rocket Raccoon pointed to a communication console not far away, don't go against the wishes of Team Rocket, hurry up and contact Yandu. We're planning to exchange you for a bounty, and that thing, what's it called? It's the Cosmic Orb. Star-Lord sighed helplessly. He didn't dare to go against Fang Mo's wishes, as the latter had just shown terrifying strength. Besides, he had suspected that Fang Mo was not mentally okay, so for now, he decided to play it safe and began operating the communication console. Soon, the communication signal was transmitted. Fang Mo, seeing this, slowly walked over to Star-Lord and placed a hand on his shoulder. Don't move. Fang Mo pressed on Star-Lord's shoulder, frowning slightly and warning, I don't get along with this thing. If you mess up because of moving around, I'll have to get serious. Hey? What do you mean by serious? Star-Lord was startled. However, in the next second, a red light suddenly shone from Fang Mo's hand. This was the unique glow of the Reality Stone. Before Star-Lord could react, his body suddenly had numerous wounds appear out of nowhere. His left eye and arm vanished, a deep bone-exposing cut appeared on his head, and all his teeth were gone. He was also spitting out blood continuously. It was a terrifying sight. Hey, what's going on? Star-Lord was dumbfounded. He felt no pain, but the injuries on his body were very real. He was continuously spitting blood and could no longer feel his eyeball and arm. What kind of sorcery was this? Before he could say anything else, the video call connected. A middle-aged man with blue skin appeared on the screen. He originally wore a cruel smile, showing off his two large golden teeth, but upon seeing Star-Lord's miserable state, he was utterly shocked. Quill. What happened? The man almost shouted, who the hell did this to you? Just as Star-Lord was about to speak, Fang Mo suddenly lifted him up, Ravager Yandu, right? Quill is in my hands, I advise you to hand over the orb. Otherwise, his injuries will double every hour. Who are you? Yandu was clearly anxious, don't touch Quill. The orb is not in my hands. I'll give you another chance to rephrase that. As Fang Mo spoke, he stretched his other hand behind Star-Lord, activating the reality stone inside his body again, and barely managed to construct a kidney. Look, this is your son's kidney, he only has one left now. Fang Mo showed the kidney to Yandu, this means you only have one last chance. Humans die quickly without a kidney, understand? Who the hell are you? Yandu was genuinely angry now, his crest was blood red, and a strangely shaped metal arrow flew next to the screen. If you dare K*LL him, even if you flee to the edge of the universe, I will find you. Yandu, keep my word. I'm not interested in him, I just want the orb. Fang Mo repeated, if you bring the orb to me now, I guarantee you'll get your lively big kid back. I've already said the orb isn't with me. Yandu, frustrated and angry, shouted, I don't care who you are or how you know Thanos sent me to find the orb, but it was gone when I arrived on Morag. I've had my people check, and they said Ronan's fleet landed on Morag after I left. You can't expect me to rob that crazy Kree, can you? The orb isn't with Ronan. Fang Mo shook his head and said, right now, there are only two people who know the whereabouts of the orb, you and Ronan. His men are already taken care of by me, and now it's your turn. Send me the coordinates of your ship first. You bastard! Yandu slammed the table, and a string of coordinates lit up. Then he almost roared, if you want the orb, I can scour the galaxy for you, but don't you dare hurt Quill. Father! Star-Lord was somewhat surprised to see this. Truth be told, Yandu had always intimidated him with words, saying things like the Ravagers have always wanted to eat your flesh and never really showed paternal love. But this scene made him feel uncomfortable. He knew Yandu cared about him deep down, and for some reason, he felt a sudden twinge in his nose. However, at that moment, the wound on his body suddenly glowed red, and then Fang Mo shouted damn it, and the lost arm and blind eye were engulfed in red light, which flashed twice and then disappeared. With the power of the reality stone gone, everything returned to normal. An unscathed Star-Lord stood there like an idiot, looking at his body and then scratching his head awkwardly, showing Yandu an embarrassed rather than polite smile. Hey, Yandu, look, I'm fine. Yandu on the other end of the video first froze, then his expression became extremely complicated. The next second, Yandu's roaring voice filled the entire ship. Quill! You dare to trick me! Even through the spaceship, everyone seemed to feel Yandu's fury, don't let me catch you. Otherwise, I'll throw you into a pot and skin you. I'll stew you for everyone to eat. I'm gonna slaughter you ah! Cough cough. Seeing this, Fang Mo coughed awkwardly twice and said, well, that was a technical error, forgive me, So who the hell are you? Feeling tricked, Yandu, of course, was not in a good mood and shouted, is this another one of Quill's bad friends? Sort of. Fang Mo shrugged and said, well, but it's better to talk face to face, more sincere, right? What do you mean? Yandu was taken aback. Can't handle the reality stone, no, can't handle the space stone. Fang Mo smiled and then activated the power of the space stone. A lot of spatial fog suddenly appeared next to Yandu, and before he could react, it enveloped him. The next second, Yandu appeared in front of everyone. What? Yandu was stunned by the sudden teleportation. However, as a Ravager, he quickly controlled his flying arrow. But to Yandu's surprise, his arrow, capable of instantly taking down a team of interstellar armed fighters, was now firmly grasped by a hand, struggling in vain. What the hell? Before Yandu could speak, Fang Mo suddenly pressed a finger to his forehead. Tell me, do you have the orb? Fang Mo's voice seemed to carry a mesmerizing melody, compelling obedience. I don't. Yandu said drowsily, the thing was gone when I got to Morag. I contacted Thanos, and he was angry, thinking I wanted to name a high price. What the hell? Hearing Yandu's words, Fang Mo was completely baffled. He had used the power of the Mind Stone to ask, so the other party couldn't lie. This meant Yandu really didn't have the Infinity Stone, and it's likely Thanos didn't have it either. This was truly strange. Where the hell did the Power Stone go? Chapter 286, Steve Chapter 283. Damn. After hearing Yandu's explanation, Fang Mo was truly confused. Honestly, he even suspected that he had acquired the Power Stone. Of course, not the current him, but perhaps a future version of himself, considering there's a similar scenario in Avengers 4. They couldn't defeat Thanos, so they traveled back in time to borrow the Infinity Stones. But the problem is, he is currently on the side of justice. Can't the Avengers defeat Thanos, that purple-skinned potato-headed guy? Currently, Fang Mo has 3 Infinity Stones, and if he counts the Time Stone temporarily borrowed from the Ancient One, that makes 4. With these resources, Thanos from the movie universe couldn't possibly be his opponent, right? Even without using the Infinity Stones, just using simplification and time stop and the 3 swords of Leviatine should be enough to chop him into pieces. And what about the Tyrant's great sword? Dare to compare it with his own Tinker's construct broadsword? I really am haunted by bad luck. Looking at the groggy Yandu in front of him, Fang Mo removed his finger from the other's forehead. How did this orb just vanish from the world? With the mind control lifted, Yandu regained consciousness. But this time, he didn't dare attack Fang Mo again. Someone who could easily catch his whistle arrow was clearly very powerful, and provoking him would not be wise. Hey there! Just then, Rocket Raccoon suddenly spoke up, Block brother. Call me Fang Mo. Fang Mo gestured. Alright, Fang Mo. Rocket Raccoon asked, is it possible that this collector Tavan took the orb himself and then deceived everyone? Wait, what's this now? Yandu looked at Rocket Raccoon, clearly unfamiliar with him. What did you call me? Rocket Raccoon bared his teeth, his impatient nature coming to the fore. You. Alright, alright. Fang Mo waved his hand, then explained a bit, let me introduce you, Yandu, this is Rocket, my friend and critic, and also a genius mechanical master. You'd better be nice to him. Rocket, about Tavan taking the orb. Fang Mo continued, then turned to look at Rocket Raccoon, I don't think he's that kind of person. It's not that I trust his character, but he really doesn't lack money. What's 100 billion to him might be like $100 to us. I can confirm that. Yandu also nodded in agreement, the place he's in, the void, is actually the head of an ancient celestial being. Just a bit of the organic marrow there can be sold for a fortune, and he's been mining it for many years. So the orb you're looking for just vanished like that. Rocket Raccoon spread his hands, why don't you think again, who else could want this thing besides Tavan? Ronan the Accuser. Fang Mo said with a headache, but his subordinates were also caught by me, and clearly, Ronan doesn't have the orb. Moreover, that guy dared to speak rudely to me, so I sent him to plant cotton, to plant until death. What about besides these 2? This time, it was Peter Quill, the Star-Lord, who spoke, is there really no one else who wants this thing? If we must say. Fang Mo stroked his chin, and suddenly an image popped into his mind, actually, the one who wants this the most should be Thanos. Ronan was sent by him. They made a deal, Ronan would deliver the orb to Thanos, and Thanos would help him destroy the planet Xandar. Ronan. Upon hearing this, Drax couldn't restrain himself anymore, he killed my wife and daughter, I must find a way to kill this guy. You. Fang Mo. The man who dared to shoot in the KYLN. I give you the orb, join me in K***ling Ronan. No. Brother, can you phrase it differently? Fang Mo was overwhelmed after hearing Drax's words, those who know, know, but those who don't might think I'm a freak. Do you know where the orb is? However, what others cared about was clearly not this point. Rocket Raccoon couldn't help but ask, did you hear some rumors in prison? I don't know anything, but I can try to find it. Drax said earnestly. I knew it. Rocket Raccoon covered his face with a slap, sorry, I thought besides muscles, you had a little bit of brain in there. Seems like I was thinking too much. So who do we look for now? That Thanos guy? Star-Lord asked, who is Thanos, by the way? Seems like a mad titan. Yandu thought for a moment, supposedly destroyed many planets, K***LLS half, leaves half, probably a lunatic. But he has a powerful fleet. Quill, I advise you better not to trouble that guy. As for Thanos, we don't know his exact coordinates yet. Fang Mo shook his head. It was said that Thanos always stayed in a place called the Sanctuary, but Fang Mo didn't know the exact coordinates. After thinking, he said, anyway, let's go to the void first. The collector has been collecting what I want behind my back, really itching for a beating. Let's deal with him first. Fly there directly? Star-Lord asked. No, teleport there. Fang Mo shook his head. Having gone through a lot and still not finding the power stone, he was indeed frustrated and needed to vent on some unfortunate soul. What about our spaceship? Star-Lord couldn't help asking, we can't just leave it in space, right? What if someone picks it up as space junk? When did I say? I'm only taking people. Fang Mo said, and then the infinity gauntlet in his storage space automatically clenched its fist, the space stone lighting up with an endless blue glow. Suddenly, a spatial fog rose around the Milano, enveloping the entire ship. In the next second, with spatial teleportation, when the ship reappeared, a huge object was already close by. The coordinates on the star map have changed. Rocket Raccoon looked at the spaceship's control panel and showed a shocked expression, damn. Fang Mo, how did you do this? Space stone. Fang Mo simply explained, one of the infinity stones, I'm currently collecting these things. The orb also contains one of them. What? Yandu was also stunned, the orb contains an infinity stone? The collector didn't tell me this. Just right, let's go find him and settle the account together. Fang Mo raised his hand and pointed ahead, just a bit further and we'll be in the void. Rocket, drive the spaceship straight into it. Hey, shouldn't this kind of thing be done by me? Star-Lord reminded, I am the owner of the Milano, driving the spaceship and all should obviously be done by me. Anyway, amidst the noisy discussion of everyone, the spaceship slowly entered the mining area of the void. Soon, they found a landing pad to land on. Then, led by Fang Mo, a group of people walked towards Tavan's collection room with great momentum. It must be said that this place was indeed very chaotic, filled with gamblers, drunkards, and interstellar criminals. As the group passed through a street, many pitiful children ran over, hoping to beg for some money. However, Yandu, being an old hand, instantly noticed their unclean hands and feet and scared them a little, causing the children to disperse quickly. It wasn't long before the group arrived at Tavan's collection room. The place was actually heavily guarded, but once Fang Mo exerted his imposing aura, combined with the Mind Stone, those guards were scared into fainting, foaming at the mouth. In the end, facing the alloy gate ahead, Fang Mo didn't say a second word but kicked it, causing a loud bang. The heavy iron door flew in, smashing through countless miscellaneous items along its path, and then flew straight out from the ceiling on the other side. Immediately, a shrill alarm sounded. Maid Karina hurried over with a bunch of people. However, upon seeing Fang Mo, she froze on the spot, and cold sweat unconsciously flowed down. She knew the things her master had done, like collecting the infinity stones. Now seeing Fang Mo and Yandu standing behind him, she realized everything in an instant. This was bad. Her master's collections were probably going to be lost. Chapter 287, Steve Chapter 284. Master Mage, Sir. Karina reacted quickly upon seeing Fang Mo. She was only briefly startled, then quickly put on a flattering smile, what brings you here? Where is Tavan? Fang Mo was clear-headed, this has nothing to do with you. I'm here to settle accounts with Tavan. He's dealing with some mine issues. Karina hurriedly said, please calm down, Master Mage. The collections here are extremely valuable. If you need anything, you can wait in the guest area. The master will be back soon. Why don't you just run away? Fang Mo glanced at Karina, every member of the Universal Elders Council is insane. Staying with this guy will get UK *LLED sooner or later. Karina also fell silent. It's not that she didn't want to run, but Tavan's influence in the universe was too great. Where could she run to? Being caught would probably lead to a worse fate. Before the two could speak further, the collector rushed back in haste. Karina, what are you doing? Why are there intruders here? Collector Tavan cursed as he ran from a nearby corridor. However, when he saw Fang Mo and Yandu's group, he froze. I'll give you a chance to guess why I'm here. Fang Mo smiled at Tavan. Tavan's face changed several times before he managed to force a smile uglier than crying, why? Master Mage, you're here too. If I hadn't come, you'd almost be snapping your fingers with the Infinity Gauntlet. Fang Mo glanced at Collector Tavan and then walked towards his valuable collection area. I didn't pay much attention last time I was here. I didn't expect you to have so many nice things. Master Mage. The collector was startled and hurriedly tried to stop him. But the next second, Fang Mo suddenly turned around and called out to everyone, let me introduce you to this friend here. He is my brother of Tanelier Tavan, the Universal Collector, the Universal Philanthropist Tavan. Tonight, feel free to take anything here. His favorite thing is doing charity. Let's all enjoy a free shopping spree. Ha, I won't be polite then. Rocket Raccoon was the first to react. I want to see if there are any prosthetics here. Groot, let's go, let's enjoy a free shopping spree. I am Groot, thanks to the great Universal Philanthropist. Groot said and then followed Rocket Raccoon to the collection area. Can we really take anything? Star-Lord looked around, still a bit hesitant, but Yandu directly pulled him forward. Who wouldn't take advantage of a free offer? Especially since the collector had scolded him earlier, and he was already angry. In the end, Drax also silently headed towards the collection area. Know this, don't. The collector Tavan became anxious upon seeing this, much like a nerd working overtime in a factory during the new year, video chatting with his mother, only to see a bunch of mischievous kids led by relatives kicking open his bedroom door. His heart almost stopped. He quickly said, Master Mage, we can talk about this, please. Please don't do this, okay? While the collector was persuading, the sound of breaking could already be heard from the collection room. Ha ha ha. Drax excitedly waved the ancient rune double-edged sword in his hand. This thing is much stronger than my original weapon, I'm sure I can K*LL Ronan with one strike. I'm taking this. As soon as he finished speaking, another crisp breaking sound was heard. Rocket Raccoon picked up an eyeball, which didn't look like an ordinary bionic electronic eye, but more advanced, resembling some ancient biological tissue. This is quite unusual, Rocket Raccoon fiddled with the eye, the material of this optic nerve is special, it seems it can connect to metal. I plan to replace the sight on my gun with it. Bang! Meanwhile, Yandu kicked open a collection cabinet and took out a small piece of metal, examining it briefly before pocketing it. Collector Tavan watched this scene, feeling as if his heart was bleeding. These people had no idea of the preciousness of these collections, like spoiled kids using their newly equipped 4090 graphics card computer to play small games on 4399, and then downloading a bunch of Greedy Blue Moon, Legend of Blood, and other similar games. It was enough to make one spit blood. And when he opened the toolbar at the bottom right of his computer, he found it filled with all sorts of junk like Jinshin Antivirus, 2345 toolbar, 360 toolbar, beta toolbar, P2P downloader, etc. 1 second his blood pressure was through the roof, the next his heart rate dropped to 0. It was even more effective than Xiong's old remedy. Master Mage, I beg you, don't let them continue like this. The collector's face was completely pale. Can you talk to them? I'll pay them, just don't let them touch my collections. I beg you, okay. Why are you begging me? Fang Mo cheerfully said to him, where is that spirit you had when you were covertly searching for the universal orb? Bring out your determination and courage. Come on, give it your all. This. The universal collector, pointed out by Fang Mo, showed an embarrassed expression, but then suddenly changed his tune. No, Master Mage, you misunderstood. Oh? How so? Fang Mo curiously asked. I was indeed collecting the universal orb, but it was to give to you. Tavan quickly said, I know you want the infinity stones, so I thought of collecting this to give to you. How dare I compete with you? You've already collected 3 infinity stones, defying you would be seeking death. Tavan spoke faster and faster, as if clarifying his thoughts, you know, I love collecting precious things, and the treasures in your hands are endless. So, I came up with a plan, to exchange other precious items with you for the infinity stones. Yes, that's it. Your ability to argue is quite impressive, who did you learn it from? Fang Mo looked at Tavan, amused, you didn't learn it from teacher Luo Xiang, did you? Are you Zhang San? I don't know who you're talking about. Tavan shook his head anxiously, but what I said is true, I really mean well towards you, I have no other intentions, please. Please stop these lunatics. As they were talking, another explosion sounded. Collector Tavan didn't even dare to look anymore, closing his eyes in pain, feeling as if his heart was bleeding. You say, you have goodwill towards me. Fang Mo smiled and looked at the collector, then slowly pulled out the infinity gauntlet from his storage space, putting it on his hand, and aimed the 4 stones on the back of his hand at the collector. Come, take a good look at these stones before you speak. 4 stones. Tavan was surprised to see the 4 stones on the Infinity Gauntlet, even for him. Even in his knowledge, no one had ever collected so many Infinity Stones. It was like holding half the universe in his hand, which was just too exaggerated. And after seeing these 4 Infinity Stones, honestly, Collector Tavan also calmed down slowly. Yes, the other party had the Mind Stone, which had the power to control minds and thoughts. It would be too easy to use it as a lie detector, so it seemed meaningless for him to lie anymore. This, that. So, Tavan's eyes started to wander again. After a slight hesitation, he continued cautiously, that. Master Mage, I did indeed want to give you the Infinity Stones. You may be dissatisfied with this, but think about it, although I sent people to collect the Infinity Stones, I didn't collect them, right? Actually, it's like this, I was just momentarily mesmerized by the beauty of the Infinity Stones and had an irrational thought. Tavan explained with a shrug, I initially sent Yandu to find the orb for me, but I regretted it immediately. I wanted to stop Yandu from this mission, but then I got obsessed with my other collections and forgot about it. I didn't get the Infinity Stones, so it's as if my attempt to collect them never happened. Tavan said, awkwardly showing a smile to Fang Mo, so. Master Mage, can we discuss this matter again? Please make them stop first, and I assure you I won't covet the Infinity Stones anymore, and will also help you obtain the remaining stones with all my strength. I only have 2 stones left to collect, I already know where the Soul Stone is, and the Power Stone has recently evaporated from the human realm, do you know its whereabouts? Fang Mo retorted. Although I don't know the whereabouts of the Power Stone, the Tavan Group's network spans the entire universe. That's useless. Fang Mo rolled his eyes, what's the use of your network spanning the entire universe, you still didn't get the orb. However, before Fang Mo could finish speaking, the entire collection room shook violently. Boom! A huge explosion sound came from afar, making it feel like even the light source in the collection room paused for a moment. The people who were happily shopping for free also came over with puzzled faces, seemingly not understanding what had happened. What's going on? Rocket Raccoon asked, holding a large sack. It's an attack. The Collector Tavan's face darkened, it seems some fool is attacking the void. Karina, ask about the guard's situation. Yes. Karina quickly ran out, tapped a few times on a nearby console, and then a dark warship, too large to see its edges, appeared on the screen. Karina seemed stunned for a moment, hesitantly looking up at Collector Tavan not far away. Master, it's Ronan's Necrofleet. Chapter 288, Steve Chapter 285. Master, it seems the enemy is. Karina glanced at the holographic display, then hesitated before saying to Tavan, Ronan's army of the undead. What did you say? Collector Tavan also seemed stunned. Oh, she said Lu Xiang's army of the undead is coming. Fang Mo deliberately repeated Karina's words, your mentor is about to come and execute you. The universe is not a lawless place, Zhang-san, do you have anything else to say? Wait, didn't the girl clearly say it was Ronan? Rocket Raccoon couldn't help but correct. Ronan. However, upon hearing Star-Lord's statement, before Tavan could say anything, Drax the Destroyer suddenly got excited. He raised his twin blades high, I can finally avenge my wife and daughter by my own hands. So why is Ronan attacking here? Star-Lord spread his hands and asked, should we hurry up and flee? Look at your cowardly appearance. Fang Mo glanced at Star-Lord, speaking in a tone of disappointment, you said we would confront Tavan together, but now you're scared just because Ronan is here? You want to join the Team Rocket with such a small heart. When did I say I wanted to join the Rocket? Fang Mo glared. Joining Team Rocket is my lifelong dream, Star-Lord quickly changed his words, although I don't know what Aruba is, if you want to do that, I'll join you. That's more like it. Fang Mo showed a satisfied smile, then beckoned to Star-Lord, come here, we each lift one of his legs, Drax, you come too, grab his arm, anyway, let's make this guy do the splits first. Hey, hey, hey. Wait a minute. Collector Tavan also sensed something was wrong, Master Mage, isn't my punishment over yet? And what is Aruba? Haha, you've asked the right person, white hair. Rocket Raccoon, always eager for chaos, had heard Fang Mo mention this before, so now he couldn't help but laugh and explain, this is the oldest punishment on Cube Star, many leaks have died from this move, heh heh, you're going to suffer. This, what? Collector Tavan was also a bit confused after hearing this. Theoretically, as a member of the Universal Elders Council, he shouldn't be K***LLED by ordinary means, but now Ronan was invading the Void, a major event, and he had to quickly think of a way to mobilize the guard fleet to counterattack. After all, the Void is just a point in the cosmic mines, and there are generally not too many fleets stationed nearby. The nearest attack fleet of the Tavan group is several jump points away from here. Then, that. Thinking of this, the Collector Tavan hurriedly said, Master Mage, if you can quell your anger, I am willing to accept your punishment. But let's discuss this. After I repelled Ronan's fleet. No discussion, I want Aruba now. However, Fang Mo simply ignored him and waved his hand, saying, Quill, Drax, go. After speaking, Fang Mo rushed forward, grabbing the left leg of the Collector Tavan with one hand. Star-Lord also cooperated by grabbing the Collector's right leg. Together, they lifted him up by the legs. Wait, wait. No. The Collector cried out in shock, but nobody paid him any attention. Even Drax came forward, grabbed the Collector's arms, and deliberately showed a fierce expression, shouting at the Collector, Aruba. Ah! The Collector was stunned, looking at him blankly. Hey? Isn't this how it's done? Drax showed a slightly strange expression. Why isn't he scared? It's not done this way. Fang Mo shook his head, then turned to Groot. Groot, come, turn into a golden tree form. I am Groot. Is it like this? Groot scratched his head, suddenly grew taller, and then turned into a large tree, though it was grey-white, but indeed a tree. Come on, hit his basket. Fang Mo shouted excitedly, and then the three of them grabbed the Collector Tavan, forcibly put him in a split position, and then crashed him into the tree Groot had become. Of course, unlike the games on Earth, this hit was quite forceful. Like the wooden stakes used in ancient temples to strike a large bell, this hit resounded throughout the entire collection room. It must be said, the Collector's race is indeed quite extraordinary. A normal man would have been done with such an injury, but after crying out in pain, he quickly recovered and began begging Fang Mo non-stop, Master Mage, please spare me, I've said I didn't have any crooked thoughts about the Infinity Stones. Still talking. Fang Mo was also a bit surprised and called out to the others, another round. Ah! No! Don't hit any more! I can't take it anymore! The Collector cried out in embarrassment and helplessness, but it was in vain. Karina didn't dare to make a move, knowing Fang Mo's background, afraid of making things worse. As for the other guards, Fang Mo had already conveniently locked them in the collection cabinets, and now they couldn't come out no matter how anxious they were. But at that moment, suddenly, a light lit up on the screen. Master! Master! Karina glanced at the screen and then nervously said to the Collector Tavan, Ronan has sent you a communication request. Turn it off. The Collector has lived as an old monster for so many years, of course he cares about his face. Hearing Karina's words, he immediately became anxious, dispatch all guard forces to battle with him, try to pull the front line into the mining base, and prevent the enemy from activating the main weapon of the Dark Star. Master, the enemy is violently cracking our communication frequency. Karina glanced at the screen, I don't have your permission, so I can't. Before she could finish, a white light suddenly appeared on her screen, and then Ronan's holographic image appeared in front of everyone. Tanelier Tavan. Ronan's uniquely deep voice resounded in the collection room, and it was clear that he was very angry. You! How dare you K***LL my men and compete with me for the cosmic? However, he only got halfway through his sentence when he saw Tavan, not far away, being split and hung up, crazily bumping into trees. Orb! Ronan was clearly baffled by the scene and stayed stunned for a good half a minute before reacting, What are you doing? This. Although the two were on a video call, Fang Mo didn't stop, so Tavan's current state was that he was hitting a tree with his crotch while trying to maintain a calm smile. An ancient and mysterious relaxation ritual, don't mind it. Ouch. SSS. Don't mind it, by the way Ronan, I didn't take the cosmic orb. What the hell are you doing? Ronan was completely stunned, is there something wrong with your body structure or your brain? I am attacking your void. And you are here playing with trees? Are all the Universal Elders as arrogant as you? If you leave now, Collector Tavan tried to keep a straight face, to appear calmer. I can, ouch. I won't hold you responsible. Let me leave. Upon hearing this, Ronan instead sneered, do you think I came just to scare you? Fine, continue playing your stupid game, I will blow up the entire void. Before that, my escort fleet will jump in from all directions and annihilate you. The Universal Collector was not afraid at all, even though he was being hit and grimacing, but he still coldly looked at Ronan. You couldn't even conquer the Nova Corps. You don't think the Tavan group is easy to bully, do you? I am the space necromancer of the Kree Empire. Ronan said coldly, no one dares not to fear me, and you are no exception. I will personally turn this place into ruins, and then find what I want from these ruins. Very well, let's wait and see. The Collector, unable to bear it any longer as the pain intensified, said to Karina, Karina, cut off the visi. Before he could finish his sentence. However, before he could finish, Fang Mo, who was holding his left leg, suddenly said, all right, punishment over. Right after he said this, Star-Lord, Drax, and Fang Mo let go of their hold at the same time. The Collector flew out like a split fork, falling to the ground like a broken sack, his beast-skin shawl falling aside, looking very disheveled. Ronan was also a bit surprised to see this. A contemplative expression appeared on his face, and then he hesitantly said, Tanelier Tavan, you weren't threatened by someone, were you? How could that be? I, the Great Collector. That's right. Before the Collector could finish his sentence, Fang Mo interrupted him, this guy offended our Team Rocket, so we hung him up and tortured him crazily. What? Ronan was initially stunned and then couldn't help but laugh, ha ha ha, the Great Collector Tavan, to think that he would be cornered and tortured in his own home. I thought the elders of the universe were formidable, but it turns out they're just this mediocre. You. Embarrassed by Ronan's mockery, Tavan's face turned ashen as he said, you think I wanted this? You are so foolish, you don't even know what I'm facing. What are you facing? Ronan, hearing this, scoffed disdainfully, humph, what else could it be? Nothing but a bunch of ants. Chapter 289, Steve Chapter 286. Ronan. After hearing Ronan's words, Drax could no longer contain himself and drew his sword, shouting, get down here, I'm going to K*LLU. Ronan looked at Drax in surprise and asked, what are you? Drax, overcome with emotion, said, you K*LLED my wife and daughter, leaving me to live forever in anger and pain. I dream of tearing you to pieces. I'm going to K*LLU for them. However, before Drax could finish, a hand was suddenly placed on his shoulder. Drax turned and saw Fang Mo. Fang Mo shook his head and said, hey, Drax, that's not good enough. Your expression lacks the ability to convey your true inner rage and hatred. Look, Ronan is not even scared of you. Let me show you how to say it. Fang Mo's face then turned ferocious. Even his voice became hoarse and deep. Terrifying, like a demon. I know it was you who did it. Accuser. The pain in my heart is your doing. I will seek revenge. Drown this world in Kree blood. I will sever your limbs, I will pierce your soul. As long as life exists, as long as time has meaning, I will not stop. The pain in my heart is deeper than any darkness. Fight me, Ronan. I will chop your filthy body, slice it, grind it. Your death will be my song. I once resisted destruction, but now I welcome it. I am the destroyer, Yalax. You, Ronan. Your death is my song. Come. Let me K*LLU 1,000 times. Not enough. After hearing Fang Mo's speech, not only Ronan, but even the members of the Guardians of the Galaxy were stunned. Rocket Raccoon stared blankly at Fang Mo, starting to wonder if he had a tragic past. As for Drax, he was dumbfounded. He looked at Fang Mo, shaking with excitement, and it seemed as if the numerous painful emotions in his heart were being vented through Fang Mo's words. He wanted to say something, but he didn't know what to say. After a long thought, Drax managed to muster a few words for Ronan. He's right. Drax glared, trying to look as excited as Fang Mo. Did I ever offend you? Ronan asked, puzzled by Fang Mo's words, are you guys from the Nova Corps? No. Fang Mo shrugged off his recent emotions and said cheerfully, I was just teaching Drax how to express his emotions. It's him who has a grudge against you, not me. Drax. Ronan looked at Drax, then shook his head, no recollection. You. Drax couldn't hold back anymore, but before he could speak, Ronan grew impatient. Enough. I'm here to find the cosmic orb, not to play some revenge game with you ants. Tanelir Tavan, this is your last chance, hand over the orb. I told you, I don't have the orb. The collector, tormented by Fang Mo, was also furious. Even if I did, I would give it to this gentleman. And you? What are you? A defeated dog who can't even beat the Nova Corps, daring to bark at me. Good. Ronan sneered after hearing this. Then I will K*LL all the ants except you, capture you on my spaceship, and torture you until you are willing to reveal the clues. You sure like to call people ants. Fang Mo was also annoyed. I advise you to apologize quickly, or else. However, unexpectedly, Ronan cut off the communication. His holographic image flickered and then disappeared. A strange silence fell over the entire collection room. Damn it, hanging up on me. Fang Mo couldn't hold back any longer and turned to Drax. Come on, Drax, today I'll take you to tear apart the Kree. Let me K*LL him 1,000 times. Drax was quick to learn and began to repeat this. You guys wait here, Fang Mo instructed the others, I'll be back soon with Ronan's skin. The collector couldn't control himself. Master Mage, can I buy his skin from you? Why do you want everything? Fang Mo looked at the collector in surprise. He was really shameless, just having suffered a social death, and now he was eyeing his collectibles again. You want skin from everywhere. All of it, all of it. The collector nodded eagerly. He offended me. If I could turn him into a collectible, that would be very satisfying. Okay then. Fang Mo shrugged. I'll go do a circumferential surgery on him first. After saying this, before anyone could react, Fang Mo activated the space stone. A deep blue spatial mist enveloped Fang Mo and Drax, and in the blink of an eye, they disappeared. Meanwhile, in the outer space of the void, Ronan's Dark Star warship is hovering here. This warship is a technological marvel of the Kree civilization. It is not only massive in scale but also top-notch in terms of armor, carrier capacity, maneuverability, and main gun power. Even just hovering on the outskirts of the void, it appears as large as to eclipse the sun. In fact, in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, aside from Thanos' Sanctuary, there are few other warships that can compare to it, which is why Ronan is so arrogant. With this warship, even though he has broken ties with the Kree Empire, they can't do anything to him. Since the Dark Star is too large to enter the void, Ronan plans to send the Necro Fleet to invade it. He really wanted to use the main gun to blow it up, but firstly, there's a protective force field around the void, and secondly, if it turned into ruins, it would be troublesome to find the orb again. The collector might not have deceived him, but he must know something, so it's useful to spare his life. The two wings of the Dark Star slowly rotated, and under the armor seams, countless small chambers opened, releasing a large number of oval-shaped ships. These ships were at most the size of Earth's dump trucks and oval in shape, but there were thousands of them, swarming out like locusts, indiscriminately attacking everything around them, quickly setting the void ablaze. However, at that moment, not far from the outer space of the void, suddenly, a pure white beam of light shot out from the void, hitting directly on the left wing of the Dark Star. The beam was actually very thin, almost invisible if not looked at closely. Yet, it was this beam that caused an intense explosion on the left wing of the Dark Star. As the beam slightly moved downwards, the left wing of the Dark Star was cut off, and then the beam swept across, setting off a nuclear-like explosion on the left wing. A massive fireball instantly expanded, the intense light illuminating the area like daylight, visible even from inside the void. Ronan's warship. In outer space, Drax the Destroyer stared blankly at the scene. The more stones, the harder to control. Watching the Dark Star split in two, Fang Mo slowly lowered his hand with the Infinity Gauntlet. No wonder the 6-stone beam couldn't beat Thor's Stormbreaker. Yes, Fang Mo had just tested the output of the Infinity Gauntlet. He intended to use 4 gems at once, as each is a separate energy source, and together, they should be incredibly powerful. However, to his surprise, combining the gems had the opposite effect. It's not that the Infinity Stones aren't powerful. But in the Marvel Universe, they are too powerful. Each Infinity Stone, when used alone, possesses universe-level power and a terrifying track record. The Power Stone can destroy stars, the Reality Stone almost plunged the universe into darkness, the Time Stone repelled Dormammu, the Space and Mind Stones almost destroyed Earth, and the Soul Stone is even more formidable, *ling Black Widow. But when concentrated in the Infinity Gauntlet, their power seems to be suppressed. Fang Mo speculated that the suppression of the stone's power comes from the stones themselves. As the Dwarf King Eitri said, the principle of the gauntlet is to use the stones to suppress each other, balancing their power to prevent backfiring on the user. However, under this mutual suppression, controlling them perfectly becomes very difficult, at least for the current Fang Mo. But Fang Mo wasn't interested in researching it. After all, the Infinity Stones don't work in other worlds, and he could only use them for a snap at most. Forget it, never mind all that. Shaking his head, Fang Mo put away the Infinity Gauntlet and teleported with Drax towards the Dark Star, arriving instantly at its core and confronting a bewildered Ronan. How dare you hang up on me? Seeing Ronan, Fang Mo didn't mince words, ready to die. You. Ronan's expression was very grave. He had seen the blue and white flames emanating from Fang Mo, reminding him of a nightmarish figure. What's your relation to the woman who helped the Skrull? Why should I answer your question? Fang Mo ignored Ronan and simply patted Drax's shoulder, channeling the beacon's power from his storage space into Drax. Go on, you've been enhanced. Embody hatred. Feeling the power within, Drax roared and charged at the panicked Ronan, the destroyer of worlds. Has come. Chapter 290, Steve Chapter 287. Ronan. Feeling the surging power within him, the destroyer Drax roared and drew his twin blades, rushing at Ronan. You deserve to die. Enhanced by Fang Mo, Drax's tattoos all over his body were emitting white light, making him look as formidable as Fahe, who could summon great dragons. Even Ronan, whose body had been modified with the most advanced technology of the Kree, didn't dare to face him directly and swiftly dodged the oncoming blade. Unlike Drax's open and aggressive fighting style, Ronan's combat was about speed, precision, and ruthlessness. After dodging Drax's attack, Ronan immediately counterattacked, propping himself up with one hand on the ground, twisting his body, and swinging his hammer in a large arc, aiming for the back of Drax's head. Drax's head collided solidly with the warhammer, making a thud. However, the expected brain explosion did not occur. Drax staggered a bit, then fiercely turned and glared at Ronan. Despicable hammer man. Drax coldly said, I hate men who use hammers the most, it's a fool's weapon. You. Ronan seemed to want to say something more, but Drax didn't give him the chance to speak and charged at him, stabbing his belly with a knife. Seeing no way to dodge this time, Ronan raised his hammer to block, but Drax's strength was incredibly huge. Ronan's own strength was measured in tons, yet he couldn't withstand even a single round in front of Drax at this moment. He blocked the knife, but the immense force sent him flying. Ronan flew like a torn sack for hundreds of meters and then heavily crashed onto the black stone deck of the ship, creating a loud bang. Ronan, unlike in the original story, did not possess the Power Stone, so this strike made him feel his insides churning, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Before he could recover, Drax leaped towards him with great force. Sometimes, the momentum of a person is indeed very important. Drax, recalling the words Fang Mo had just taught him, felt angrier the more he thought about it, wishing he could *LL his opponent 1,000 times over. His momentum was overwhelming, and Ronan couldn't defend against it. Ronan tried to emit a high-energy sonic wave from his hammer at Drax, but it had no effect on him. Drax, braving the attack, charged forward and stabbed his thigh with a knife. Ah! Ronan screamed in pain. I won't let you die so easily. Drax glared fiercely at Ronan and suddenly pointed at Fang Mo, him. The man who emits destructive white light with one hand. Now, he wants to use your skin. No, why do you talk so weirdly? Not just Ronan, even Fang Mo touched his forehead helplessly after hearing Drax's words, that was just a metaphor, not literally using his skin. But you just said you wanted to do a ring cut on him. As Drax was speaking, Ronan quickly broke free, retreating while covering his leg, and shouted, Necro soldiers! *LL them all! With Ronan's shout, the cabin doors opened immediately, and a large number of Necro soldiers emerged, firing at Fang Mo and Drax. However, Fang Mo didn't care about these soldiers at all. Their energy bullets were less powerful than Earth's RPG rockets, posing no threat. Drax dodged at first but soon realized these energy bullets couldn't hurt him and roared again, charging at Ronan. Seeing this, Ronan panicked and quickly turned to run away. But just as he started running, Drax forcefully threw a short knife at him. This collector's treasure was indeed extraordinary, piercing through the bodies of 3 undead warriors in succession, and then embedding itself in Ronan's knee from behind. The tip of the knife even pierced through Ronan's bone gap, protruding from his knee. Ronan screamed in pain, lost his balance, and fell to the ground. Realizing he couldn't escape, he turned around to attack Drax. His high-tech warhammer was indeed formidable, capable of releasing a shockwave. In the original story, it instantly killed one of Thanos' minions, but it was still not enough to stop Drax. After all, the beacon is the core of the plane, and theoretically, Drax is like a demon from another world possessing him, something Ronan definitely couldn't beat. As for those undead warriors, Fang Mo just pulled out the storm battle axe from behind and said, "K*LL them." This weapon, enchanted with loyalty, automatically flew out, buzzing and chopping all the undead warriors to pieces. Soon, Drax also approached Ronan and stabbed a knife directly into his thigh. "My wife and daughter wanted to run too, but you didn't let them." Drax stabbed him over and over, venting his anger, "Now you can't escape." "This, impossible." Ronan, perhaps a bit irrational from the beating, spat blood and said resentfully, "I am the supreme accuser of the Kree, I haven't made the Xandarians pay the price in blood yet. You can't K*LL me. Otherwise, you'll be enemies of the Kree civilization. And there's Thanos. Do you dare to offend 2 cosmic giants at the same time?" However, his threats seemed to have the opposite effect. Drax didn't care about your Kree or Thanos. He was just a simple tough guy, not impressed by fancy words. He stabbed Ronan twice more upon hearing his threats. But at this moment, Fang Mo raised his hand to stop Drax. "Hey old day, step back for a bit, I have some questions to ask him first." "Okay, then you ask." Drax was quite reasonable in this aspect, knowing that without Fang Mo, he couldn't have his revenge, so he handed over the knife. "If he dares to lie, stab him hard in the neck with this knife." Well, that's not necessary." Fang Mo took the knife handed by Drax and looked at Ronan on the ground. Ronan, now clearly frightened, realized he had provoked someone he shouldn't have. This monster was even more terrifying than Thanos' Black Order. The cosmic tyrant Thanos was nothing compared to him. But why was such a powerful being so unknown in the galaxy? Looking at the shiny knife in his hand and thinking of Drax's suggestion, Ronan almost instinctively wanted to protect his chest, but then felt very embarrassed. He now probably understood how the Collector, Tavan, felt back then. These people were complete madmen, just like Thanos, who massacred half of a species. They were all insane. And he had provoked such a dangerous entity. "Ronan, right?" Fang Mo cheerfully looked at Ronan on the ground. "I heard you were looking for the orb for Thanos." "That's right, I am, ugh." Ronan could only speak a few words before he started vomiting blood. There was nothing to be done. Drax had just stabbed him more than 30 times. That he was still alive was a miracle, only showing how advanced Kree biotechnology was. A human would have died 30 times over. "Don't worry, you won't die just yet." Seeing the other party continuously vomiting blood, Fang Mo also directly pulled out his dull gold healing greatsword and stabbed it into Ronan's chest. In an instant, Ronan's eyes widened, and the immense pain almost made him faint. However, very soon, a continuous stream of life energy began to flow into his body. Ronan's wounds started to heal rapidly. "What deal did you make with Thanos?" After inserting the dull gold healing greatsword, Fang Mo continued the interrogation, "Just to give him the orb and then help you destroy Xandar." "How did you know?" Ronan looked at Fang Mo in confusion. "Did Thanos tell you?" "Come, take a look at this." As Fang Mo spoke, he put on the Infinity Gauntlet, its 4 gems shining brilliantly. "Guess why I'm torturing Tavan? This is..." Ronan, recognizing its significance, was stunned and then quickly realized, his face changing drastically in shock, "Infinity Stones. And 4 of them. Wait." After a brief moment of shock, Ronan's pupils contracted in disbelief as he looked up at Fang Mo. "Are you saying, the orb contains an Infinity Stone? What else?" Fang Mo played with Drax's dagger in his hand. "It can't be your spoon, can it?" Ronan fell silent. After a long time, he finally managed to ask, What do you want? As you can see, I'm currently collecting infinity stones, Fang Mo said calmly. The orb has disappeared, it's not with Tavan nor with you, so I plan to have you send a message to Thanos, asking if he has already obtained the orb. Yes, this was a possibility that Fang Mo had just thought of. Not many know the location of the orb, Tanelir Tavan, Thanos, and Odin. Now that the lead from Tavan's side was completely cut off, and Odin had long given up on collecting the stones, only Thanos remained. He was known for his obsession with the Power Stone, having first destroyed Xandar to obtain it in the original story before starting to collect the other stones. The function of this thing is too pure, making its user incomparably powerful, and Thanos is determined to have it. So, Thanos' goal is also the Infinity Stones. Ronan couldn't help but ask. However, before Fang Mo could speak, Drax rushed up again and gave Ronan 2 stabs, threatening fiercely, "Do what you're told and stop asking useless questions. I don't know who Thanos is, but the next one to die will be him." Ronan spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood from the stabbing, but his wounds healed quickly. "I can ask." After catching his breath, Ronan finally looked up at Fang Mo and said, "But you have to ensure that I stay alive. You know that's impossible." Fang Mo spread his hands, "Calling me an ant doesn't warrant death. At most, I'd just skin you and have you join your men in cotton planting. But you can't get past Drax. I can serve you as my lord." Ronan hurriedly said, "Don't you want to find the orb? You only have 4 infinity stones. There are 2 more unaccounted for. Apart from the orb, I can help you find another one. To make you the god of this universe." "Sorry, I already know where the other one is." Fang Mo shook his head, "And as far as I know, you don't have the ability to retrieve it and bring it to me. After all, you no longer have any family, right?" I can't die yet." A look of unwillingness appeared in Ronan's eyes. "I haven't avenged myself yet, I haven't destroyed Xandar. You can't k*ll me, I'm a Kree. If you k*ll me, it's like opposing the Kree civilization. Would you bet your life on the destruction of Xandar?" Fang Mo suddenly asked. "What?" Ronan was startled. "I always enjoy helping people fulfill their dreams," Fang Mo suddenly revealed a mischievous smile. "But you know, the price of every destiny has already been secretly marked. So, are you willing to bet?" "Bet, what?" Ronan asked somewhat bewilderedly. "Don't you want to destroy Xandar?" Fang Mo casually opened a portal and pulled out a coin. "So, how about this? You toss this coin. Heads, I wreak havoc on Xandar, tails, I wreak havoc on the Kree civilization. You've seen that I have 4 infinity stones, no one in this universe can stop me now. So, do you want to bet?" Looking at the coin in Fang Mo's hand, Ronan also hesitated. "Of course, whether you choose or not, you're going to die," Fang Mo reminded Ronan, "unless Drax decides to forgive." "Impossible. Absolutely impossible." Before Fang Mo could finish, Drax roared directly, "He must die today." "Fine. I'll choose." Hearing Drax's words, Ronan also roared, stretching out his hand as if gathering courage, "Remember what you said, the holder of the Infinity Stones." "Wait." However, at this moment, Fang Mo suddenly stopped him. "What? Why?" Ronan was confused, his hand frozen in mid-air. "First, talk to Thanos," Fang Mo said directly, "otherwise, if you lose your composure later, calling Thanos will give it away, won't it?" "All right." Ronan probably knew he was going to die, took a deep breath, and said, "Then I'll talk to him first, but I will ensure the destruction of the Xandarian civilization." The conversation went smoothly. Thanos didn't notice anything unusual. Honestly, Thanos didn't take Ronan seriously, just verbally threatened him to find the orb or else. But Ronan didn't care about Thanos anymore. He was about to die anyway, why fear him? "Finally, I can avenge my father and grandfather." Looking at the coin in Fang Mo's palm, Ronan's mindset was very heavy. After all, who isn't afraid of death? But as a warrior, he didn't want to die in an ugly way, so he shouted to boost his courage, "I, Ronan, will exert my last effort for the Kree Empire before I die." With that, Ronan grabbed the coin from Fang Mo's hand and threw it to the ground. The coin bounced on the ground a few times, then spun for a while before slowly flattening out, revealing the reverse side, representing the Kree Empire. Chapter 291, Steve Chapter 288. Clang. Upon seeing the back of the coin, Ronan immediately collapsed to the ground. Wow, is this how you serve the Empire? Fang Mo, seeing this, couldn't help but laugh. If the Kree knew this was your doing, wouldn't they thank your ancestors for 8 generations? Was it you who brought me to the Kree planet? This can't be. Ronan stared blankly at the coin on the ground, lost in thought for a moment, then suddenly raised his head. You tricked me. You deliberately made me. However, before he could finish speaking, a terrifying gravity pressed him to the ground. This inexplicable gravity was so strong that Ronan felt his internal organs were about to be squeezed out. Hey, it's no fun if you can't take a joke. Fang Mo casually said, I may usually be frivolous, but I wouldn't cheat in such a situation, alright? It's just your bad luck, fate, you know. Indeed, Fang Mo hadn't lied. Since the cosmic orb disappeared unexpectedly, Fang Mo had to temporarily give up collecting the Infinity Stones. But now, with the Guardians of the Galaxy story just beginning, more fun awaited in the universe, like dealing with the celestial ego and such. So, Fang Mo decided not to return to Earth for the time being, hoping to try unlocking new modules with other civilizations. Since he was interested in unlocking modules, whether it was Xandar or the Kree civilization, it didn't matter to him. He didn't need to specifically target Ronan. Keep in mind, when Fang Mo spoke of causing trouble, it wasn't about destruction. Naturally, he would explore around to unlock modules, so causing some chaos was expected, right? Considering the typical arrogance of interstellar civilizations, friction was indeed possible. But Ronan's luck was just terrible. In the original story, he was probably the most frustrating villain to die. Others who had the Infinity Stones, like Malekith, at least fought with Thor for a while, darkening the 9 realms. But what about Ronan? Distracted by Star-Lord's dance, he was easily disarmed of the Power Stone. He could have destroyed Xandar with a single hammer strike. But because of a dance, he missed his chance, and even in hell, he'd be laughed at. As it turns out, to be lucky, one should never watch others dance. Take Fang Mo, for example, he never watches hot dance videos on TikTok. Dancing around in rags, Fang Mo waited 3 hours, and they didn't even take them off, just kept asking for gifts. When Fang Mo checked Ju Yao, it was still the same person, but now even cleaner than their face. So it really wasn't interesting. Alright, Drax. Having thought about his next target, Fang Mo turned to Drax. He's your responsibility now, do what you will with him. He won't survive the night. Drax said fiercely. Alright, alright. Fang Mo waved his hand, then turned to look at the void nearby. He saw a spaceship approaching, seeming to be Star-Lord's Milano. Just like what Fang Mo saw. Quickly, Star-Lord and his crew flew over in their spaceship. Is that guy Ronan? Rocket Raccoon directly drove the spaceship into the central cabin, then jumped out of the ship and said, that Kree lunatic? He doesn't look very strong. Isn't that because I'm here? Fang Mo said, if I weren't here, this guy could probably take on 12 Peter Quills at once. Why have I become a unit of combat power? As Star-Lord climbed down from the spaceship, he couldn't help but say, I'm a galactic thief, after all. I could blow away someone like him with one shot. Give me a break, you were our prey when you were on Xandar. After listening, Rocket Raccoon immediately retorted, even without Fang Mo's help, you would end up in a sack and delivered to Yandu. But who would have thought that Yandu would love you so much, haha. Speaking of Yandu, where is he? Fang Mo asked. He's still in the void, said Rocket Raccoon. He's not a member of Team Rocket, so I didn't bring him. Why? Oh, nothing, I just wanted to ask him something. Fang Mo waved his hand, by the way, I've already taken this place down. Rocket, take whatever you want. I think this spaceship is pretty good, Rocket Raccoon couldn't help saying. It's way cooler than the Milano. Flying around the universe in this thing would definitely be awesome. Wait, the whole left wing of this thing is gone. Star-Lord quickly said, you're not thinking of fixing this ship, are you? That would require taking it to the Titan-class shipyard on Xandar. Rocket Raccoon spread his hands. But that's a military industry, not open to the public, and besides, we can't afford it. How much is needed? Star-Lord asked curiously. About 600,000 of you, and that's just a preliminary estimate, Rocket Raccoon said. No choice, it's too big. So, after becoming a unit of combat power, I've also become a unit of price, hey. Star-Lord held his forehead in exasperation. While a few people were chatting, Fang Mo returned to the void once again. He didn't have much to say to Yandu and the Collector, but Yandu had something he was very interested in, the exact coordinates of the celestial ego. Indeed, Fang Mo had previously mentioned his intention to cause trouble in the galaxy. Currently, he possesses the Fire Sword, Ice Sword, Water Sword, Hot Spring, Earth Sword, probably the Simple Heavy Sword, the Bedrock one, and the Storm Axe. As a master sword seller and the #1 rogue spirit in the national server, he was still missing weapons with the attributes of light and darkness. The dark sword could be obtained by capturing the root of the dark demon from the Chainsaw Man, but for the light sword, Fang Mo thought about it and concluded that he might only be able to get it from Ego. Ego claims to be the power of light, so why not capture him? After briefly interacting with Yandu, Fang Mo expressed his interest in Ego. Yandu had noticed Fang Mo's recent feat. Although he hadn't seen Fang Mo's Infinity Gauntlet, he was aware of the instant defeat of Ronan's Dark Aster. Being the captain of the Ravagers, Yandu was no fool. Remembering how the Collector was tormented by Fang Mo, he reluctantly agreed, guessing Fang Mo might be some ancient celestial being. Resolving Ego's issue would be good for Peter Quill, so Yandu shared Ego's exact coordinates with Fang Mo. In return, Fang Mo upgraded Yandu's beloved Yaka arrow. Fang Mo's intentions were good, but it led to an unexpected mishap. The Yaka arrow, made of a sound-sensitive metal called Yaka, was accidentally enchanted by Fang Mo with fire, impact, strength, and infinity spells. Unexpectedly, when Yandu tested the arrow, it split into more than 10 due to the infinite enchantments. Yandu, with only one mouth to whistle, couldn't control so many arrows, causing them to fly erratically and further damage the Collector's various figurines. Master Mage, did you do this on purpose? The Collector, on the verge of tears, looked even more pained than when he was attacked by Alyaba. I've already apologized to you. It was truly an accident, Fang Mo said, somewhat embarrassed, wiping his face. How about I give you 2 collectibles to make up for it? Chapter 292, Steve Chapter 289. Hehe, can I have that box you just had? The Collector rubbed his hands together, a mature face showing a childlike anticipation, or, anything inside that box would be fine. Do you elders of the universe not have pain nerves in your trouser area? Hearing the words of the Universe Collector, Fang Mo also raised his eyebrows. How about I carve your recent experience into a CD and give it to you as a collectible? When you're free, you can reminisce about your wonderful and joyful social death experience, wouldn't that be great? Cough cough, the Master Mage is joking. The Collector coughed awkwardly, probably realizing he was being greedy again, and quickly said, everything in the hands of the Master Mage is a rare treasure, it's already a great honor to casually give me 2 things. Fang Mo thought for a moment, then took 2 items from Steve's hand. It was a delicate glass bottle and 3 meatballs. What are these? Collector Tavan curiously looked at these 2 items. He always looked forward to whatever Fang Mo brought out, as he could distinguish all things in the world, but he just couldn't understand the various items Fang Mo brought out. For an old monster who had lived for who knows how long, nothing was more important than the sense of freshness. 2-piece breakfast set. Fang Mo casually explained. Then he handed the items to the Collector. The Collector, wearing white gloves, carefully took the items and began to examine them. He first studied the glass bottle, which inexplicably contained a live cow. The cow was obviously alive and moving around in the jar, but strangely, it didn't need to eat grass or excrete, and it kept producing milk. What's the principle behind this? The Collector fell in love with this thing at first sight, not because he liked to drink milk, but because he was fascinated by the storage principle of this jar. This way of collecting is too exquisite, right? Look at my bulky and huge collection cabinets, then look at your exquisite little bottle. My goodness, how is this done? This is a method from another world. Fang Mo shrugged and said, don't think about it, you can't learn it. Indeed, Fang Mo really couldn't tell Tavan, because the method of making the canned cow was very simple and crude, just putting the cow on the jar and then smashing the cow into it with an iron felt. This is indeed very MC, but would others believe it if he said it? I absolutely love this thing. The Collector couldn't put down the cow jar in his hand. If only all my collections could be put into bottles, I'd be the first to put Karina into a bottle. Karina next to him was so scared she almost collapsed on the ground. Don't just fancy that jar. Fang Mo reminded, what's so good about drinking milk, these meatballs are the real deal. Meatballs. The collector curiously looked at the universal meatballs, is this, edible? Universal meatballs. Fang Mo explained with a smile, rather than collecting it, I suggest you try eating one first. This thing is incredible. Who knows, your interests and hobbies might change after eating it. The object even the master mage himself highly praises, I'm starting to get interested. Upon hearing this, the collector also seemed expectant, directly going to a nearby device to process it, likely involving disinfecting and some kind of cooking procedure. Due to its high quality and density, ordinary utensils struggled to cut or pick it up, so the collector had no choice but to remove his gloves and use his fingers to pinch the meatball and put it in his mouth, then slowly began to chew. Despite being seemingly weak under Fang Mo's various tortures, the collector, as a member of the ancient cosmic race, possessed considerable strength. This was evident from how he casually handled the cosmic meatball. You should know, this thing is even heavier than an enchanted golden apple. A normal person would get a sagging stomach from just one bite. The collector chewed on the cosmic meatball for a while, his expression first puzzled, then gradually shifting to amazement, and finally pure enjoyment. This taste. The more the collector chewed, the more he enjoyed and got excited, even appearing a bit uncomposed. The taste of a mother. Fang Mo, having eaten the cosmic meatball before, asked with a grin, are you so moved that you want to cry? Shouldn't you be doing a 360-degree turnaround into outer space and then exploding or something to show everyone? I really am, about to cry from being moved. The collector trembled as he chewed and spoke, what is this taste? I have tasted everything in this universe, but this. Why is its taste so unique? I can't stop. How is this possible? You didn't feed him any contraband, did you? Yandu, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but lean in and whisper to Fang Mo, do you have such a big grudge against him? I am a top-class chef. What do you think I am? Fang Mo retorted immediately. Yandu shrank his neck, not daring to say more. Okay, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Rocket and the others are waiting for me. Fang Mo waved his hand, ready to say goodbye, as he had already found Ego's coordinates and didn't want to stay any longer. However, to Fang Mo's surprise, the collector quickly grabbed him. Wait. Master Mage. What is it? Fang Mo looked at the collector, is there something else? This, hee. The collector revealed a flattering smile and said, do you have more of these meatballs? I think I might not be able to collect it anymore, it's too delicious. Of course, I'm willing to pay. The Tavan group has plenty of money. Do I look like I'm short of money? Fang Mo countered. Well. The collector's face stiffened, but he quickly recovered, then I can do things for you. You probably don't have your own forces in this universe yet, right? The Tavan group can. Ronan's battleship is quite good, can you fix it? Fang Mo suddenly asked. The Dark Star. The collector paused, then nodded immediately, of course. I have also studied the Kree civilization's technology. Their biotechnology is very advanced. If you want to transform a personal vehicle, I am willing to serve you. Okay, let's settle it then. Fang Mo nodded, then slapped 3 copper, universal meatballs on the table, I will probably go to the Kree planet first, then go find trouble with Ego. You better get things done before that. I plan to show off when I return to Earth. Leave it to me. Seeing the 3 universal meatballs on the table, the collector Tavan's mouth almost cracked with a smile. Nodding, Fang Mo teleported back to the team rocket. Just coming out of the space fog, Fang Mo saw Ronan tied up with alloy ropes like a zongzi, and several people led by Rocket Raccoon were loudly discussing something. What are you guys talking about? Fang Mo curiously walked up and asked. Fang Mo, good thing you're back. Drax saw Fang Mo and immediately spoke, we're discussing how to deal with this guy. I was persuaded by that furry little creature. Don't call me a little creature. Rocket Raccoon bared his teeth and roared, I told you to call me Captain Rocket. Persuaded? Persuaded about what? Fang Mo was curious, put down the butcher knife and become a Buddha? Can't be, right? With your personality, you shouldn't do such stupid things. I want Ronan to suffer the world's most painful punishment. Drax excitedly said, I was planning to stab him 100 times and k*ll him brutally, but the little creature captain and that pretty boy said, if you want Ronan to suffer the most, we should ask for your opinion. They said in the team you are the most unscrupulous, not only a bit crazy, but also full of bad ideas, sure to make Ronan wish he were dead. Hey! After listening to Drax's words, Fang Mo immediately turned to look at the two. Rocket Raccoon quickly diverted his attention to the side, his furry ears guiltily turned back, pretending to whistle. No, what's in your mind? Star-Lord really couldn't hold back and directly spoke to Drax, what we clearly said was Fang Mo has the most methods, he will surely think of a better way than us, how did it become like this with you? Really setting up your teammates, right? I don't care. It was your suggestion. Drax waved his hand and then said to Fang Mo, help me think of a way, preferably the most unscrupulous one, to make this guy wish he were dead. I don't know whether to take that as a compliment or an insult. After listening to everyone's words, Fang Mo also couldn't help but hold his forehead. Anyway, my character is already like this. Anyway, if you want to torture him, I do have a few methods for your reference. Let's hear it. Drax urged. Star-Lord and Rocket Raccoon also couldn't help but perk up their ears. I have a sword that, when stabbed into someone, makes them immortal. Just bury him deep in the ground with the sword in him, and isn't that a living compost? Then pour a few kilograms of earthworms into the soil, borrow a couple of branches from Groot to insert, and I guarantee it will be blooming everywhere. I am Groot. No, no, that's too cruel. Groot stepped back in fright after hearing this. I don't want to eat people, not even Kree, sorry friend, I can't do this. No good. Fang Mo shrugged, then let's choose a gentler method. I have a frying pan here, we can seal him inside it, and then you can defecate on the frying pan every day. By the way, this pan will never break. After you die, your sons and grandsons can continue to use it. It's an ancestral treasure. As long as you reproduce well, you can make Ronan eat *T for 10,000 years. Haha. That's great. Drax laughed immediately after hearing this, my *T eggs are famously large, Ronan is in for a treat. This is truly chilling. Star-Lord couldn't help feeling a shiver run down his spine upon hearing this. Give me a break. Rocket Raccoon waved his hand, Quill, you have to get used to it, this might already be his gentlest method. Alright, alright. Star-Lord didn't want to continue this topic, so he waved his hand, where are we going next? We can't just camp out on this broken down spaceship, can we? To the Kree civilization. Fang Mo said, I promised Ronan before to go and wreak havoc on the Kree civilization. Hey! Everyone was stunned upon hearing this, and Star-Lord asked incredulously, are you sure he wants you to wreak havoc on the Kree civilization? Didn't you oversleep? I mean, did you mishear him? Maybe he actually said something like causing trouble on Xandar. No, he was talking about the Kree civilization. Fang Mo shook his head, his last wish before dying was to make a final effort for the Kree Empire, leading me to the Kree's home world. I can testify that Ronan indeed said so. Drax said assertively. Good grief. Rocket Raccoon looked at Ronan in shock, is this how you serve the Empire? Ronan had given up thinking by now, remaining silent with his head bowed. Although his eyes were open, he seemed no different from being dead. After dealing with Ronan, the matters in the void had come to an end. Everyone really didn't want to stay there any longer. Ronan's dark Aster was continuously exploding, almost all of the Necrocraft were outside trying to repair the ship, and the Tavan group's fleet had also arrived. The whole battlefield was in utter chaos. So, after a discussion, everyone returned to the Milano, heading towards the Kree Empire's territory. The void was very far from the Kree Empire, with countless jump points to traverse, including several asteroid belts. It would take a few days at the fastest to reach there. During this time, Fang Mo fulfilled his promise. That is, to seal Ronan inside the frying pan, and then let Drax use it as a toilet. This Tinker Construct's frying pan was indeed useful. It looked like it was made of cast iron, but it seemed to have non-stick properties, not adhering to water or oil, and could be easily cleaned by just shaking it outside. Drax had now discarded his dagger, carrying the pot around the spaceship. However, Rocket Raccoon and Star-Lord couldn't stand this, though the pot seemed clean, the thought of its purpose made everyone nauseous. So, upon everyone's suggestion, Drax reluctantly wrapped the pot in high-tech plastic and carried it on his back, to be unwrapped when needed. The pot was quite large, with a diameter of about half a meter, and a handle about a meter long, resembling an enlarged dung shovel when carried on the back. Fang Mo affectionately named this pot the detestable *T stir betrayal. To make it more fun, Fang Mo even enchanted the frying pan. Unlike enchanting swords and other weapons, Fang Mo's enchantments for the pan included sweeping blade, efficiency, expansion, strength, and loyalty. Fang Mo originally thought of adding smelting or flame affinity. But considering the actual use of the pan, something felt off, so he gave up on that enchantment. The fighting aspect was covered by sweeping blade and strength. As for the toilet aspect, efficiency and expansion were very useful enchantments. And with loyalty added, Drax could now throw the pot outside the spaceship, and it would clean itself like a dog shaking off water, then automatically fly back. Honestly, Fang Mo was a bit tempted after seeing this. He thought about making a better one for himself when he returned to MC, but currently, no one dared to provoke him, so it seemed he would have to wait for an unlucky victim. Chapter 293, Steve Chapter 290. A few days of interstellar travel. Fang Mo originally thought it would be boring. However, what he didn't expect was that everyone in the Guardian of the Galaxy was indeed talented, with jokers, critics, and even a mascot to bring good luck. These days have been quite fulfilling for him. First, there was Drax. This guy had already developed the habit of talking to frying pans. Strictly speaking, creatures sealed into Tinker Construct weapons can indeed communicate with their wielders. Previously, the Dwarf King Eitri was almost influenced by the Fire Demon Sword. But Ronan is not on the same level as Sir Tuor. Sealed away, he was like a great grudge. Drax tortured him every day, almost like being in jail and finding out that one cellmate is a clown and the other is Tang Seng. It was maddening. Occasionally, as Fang Mo passed by the toilet, he could hear Drax's voice inside. "Look at you, Ronan. You were once the extraordinary prosecutor of the Kree Empire, and now, you're trapped in a pot." Rocket Raccoon and Star-Lord took turns driving the spaceship every day and didn't bother with Drax's madness anymore. As for Groot, Fang Mo found that Groot seemed particularly friendly towards him. This was probably because of the Ring of Arcana. After all, Groot is a plant. If Fang Mo wanted, he could even control his body, but there was no need for that. However, after getting permission, Fang Mo tried the forestry pruner on Groot. This tool was something Fang Mo got during his Luxury 7 draw in Asgard, but it was never useful. After all, its function in the game was to trim leaves and sprouts, which was useless in reality. But fortunately, he met Groot today and decided to try it out. Steve held the precision pruner and started to work on Groot's head. Before long, a burst of white light emerged from Groot's head, followed by something like a seed falling down. "All right, I'll keep the seed." Fang Mo patted Groot's shoulder, then let Steve right-click Groot with bone meal. "Here's your nutrient fee, I'll find you again if needed." "I am Groot. No need to be polite, we are friends." Groot was always slow and obviously didn't understand Fang Mo's desperate for offspring joke. He smiled kindly, "If you need, you can find me again." "Sure, definitely next time." Fang Mo nodded and then happily left with the seed. Back in his cabin, Fang Mo began to study the seed in his hand. His original intention was to create a creature similar to Groot, then continuously use the pruner for seeding, or even propagate a bunch of tree people through cuttings. But since this was Fang Mo's first time studying this, and he didn't know the principle behind it, he infused a lot of natural energy from the Ring of Arcana into it without precise control. This caused the seed to grow wildly, but it didn't turn into a tree person, instead, it became a real tree. What the heck? Fang Mo was also stunned, fiddling with the tree. Hey, where did the brain of this tree go? He tried to use the Ring of Arcana to control the tree, to make it take the shape of a tree person. However, while it did change, the tree person simply obeyed his commands and did not have self-consciousness like Groot. Fang Mo then tried to infuse a bit of life energy into it. The tree immediately blossomed. "No, why are you blooming now?" Fang Mo was numb. The Harvest Goddess Ring indeed accelerated plant growth and had the ability to ripen, but even Groot didn't bloom. So why did the seed blossom directly? Could it be a problem with the MC pruner's judgment? Fang Mo concentrated in thought and realized the problem might lie with the pruning tool. After all, it was used by Steve and probably followed some logic from the MC world. Maybe the seeds produced by the MC pruning tool only inherit properties, not thoughts, or something like that. This was a bit awkward. It turned out to be a futile effort to borrow seeds. Forget it, I'll just make do and treat it as a potted plant for now. Fang Mo rubbed his temples, feeling like he really drew the short straw. I should have just broken off a branch from Groot directly. It was such a hassle to borrow seeds, and in the end, I got an idiot. Honestly, Fang Mo didn't ask Groot for seeds to enhance his strength. He just wanted to create something like Makai to cause trouble. After all, considering Groot's strength in the movies, relying on him was not as good as summoning Twilight Thorn. Hey! But thinking of Twilight Thorn, Fang Mo suddenly paused. Wait, Twilight Thorn. Twilight Thorn. Fang Mo felt something stir in his mind, but it was elusive, so he frowned and thought deeply. After a long while, Fang Mo suddenly looked at the blooming tree person in front of him. An idea emerged in his mind. So, Fang Mo took a thorn rose from Steve's hand. This flower of the Twilight Thorn was about a meter in diameter, like holding a millstone. Fang Mo plucked all the petals off and then thrust the flower's core onto the tree person. Yes, this was Fang Mo's new idea. If grafting didn't work, then he would simply try hybridization. After all, the forestry mod did have a setting for hybridization. Now with Steve standing beside him and the effect of the Harvest Goddess ring to accelerate ripening, maybe it would work? Fang Mo just wanted to give it a try. Without much hope. However, this bizarre hybridization experiment somehow succeeded. The flowers on the dull tree person withered, but one of them slowly nurtured a fruit. The fruit quickly ripened and fell to the ground. As the wooden shell cracked open, a brown seed rolled out. Fang Mo tentatively infused natural energy with his arcane ring. The seed burst open and grew into a thin, brown thorny vine. Then, the thorns slowly twisted and entangled, forming a tree person similar to Groot. After forming, the tree person looked around and soon noticed Fang Mo. Hey! It worked! Seeing the sentient behavior of the tree person, Fang Mo was surprised. But then, as if realizing something, he directly asked the tree person, You wouldn't just be able to say a few words like Groot, right? The tree person looked at Fang Mo somewhat bewildered, not understanding his meaning. Try imitating my speech. Seeing the tree person's reaction, Fang Mo guessed that it had just been born and didn't know how to speak. However, he had taught the young Ender Dragon before, so this one should be no different. He then said, Come on, repeat after me. I am your father. The tree person looked at Fang Mo and spoke in a dry voice. Comment. 1 comment. Vote. Chapter 294, Steve Chapter 291. I am your father. The tree person spoke intermittently, his dry voice still carrying a hint of filial piety. Fang Mo was silent after hearing everything. After a while, he took a lamp of ashes from Steve's hand, the only thing in the game that could counter the dusk thorn. Come on, say it again facing this thing. Father. Father. The tree person stuttered after seeing the lamp of ashes. See, isn't that spoken well? Fang Mo laughed upon seeing this. In fact, everyone in this world can speak well, just some people need a little help. Need help. The tree person continued to learn to speak in his dry voice. Fang Mo looked at the tree person in front of him, originally intending to let him show his strength, but considering the previous performance of the Red-Hatted Goblin's small talent show, and his decision to play with some TNT explosives, he gave up on this idea. After all, this is a spaceship. What if the tree person directly unleashed a small dusk descent? He wasn't afraid, but the Milano, Star-Lord's ship, would probably be gone. However, while Fang Mo was thinking about these things, sudden footsteps came from the door, and then the door was pushed open, and Star-Lord walked in. Fang Mo, Rocket told me to let you know, we have arrived at the Kree Empire's territory. Wait, Groot. Star-Lord looked bewilderedly at the thorny tree person. I just saw you wandering in the cabin, how did you come here now? Can you teleport? And why has your bark turned back to dark brown? Ma. The tree person stuttered. Oh my. You can actually talk. Star-Lord was shocked. You've only been living with Fang Mo for 3 days, and you've already learned to swear? Does Rocket know about this? You, dirty, Rocket, Nose. The tree person said. You. Star-Lord, upon hearing this, also had a hard time keeping face. However, before he could say anything, the door was pushed open again, and a curious Groot walked in. I am Groot? What's happening? Groot looked up and saw the thorny tree person, and was immediately stunned. Actually, the thorny tree person was also stunned. He looked down at his vine-like hands, then at the grey-white tree person Groot, seeming to realize that they were of the same kind. I am, Groot? He, looks like Groot's kin. Groot walked over to the thorny tree person in surprise, but he seems still a child. Did you do this, friend? Is he, my child? Strictly speaking, he should be your, grandson. As Fang Mo spoke, he subconsciously looked at the blooming tree person, only to find that this tree person had completely withered away, as if blooming had exhausted all his nutrients, but this guy originally had no sentience, probably just a tree or something like a nursery bed. At this point, Fang Mo was too lazy to think too much, and directly said to the thorn tree person, go ahead, hurry up and say hello to your grandfather, you are his grandson. You, grandfather, is, grandson. The thorn tree person stuttered in greeting Groot. Groot was stunned after hearing this, his mouth agape. Wait, two Groots. Star-Lord only came back to his senses at this moment, completely bewildered. Isn't this? Fang Mo, did you do this? Quill. Are you slacking off here again? Just then, Drax and Rocket Raccoon also walked in through the door. I only asked you to inform Fang Mo, not to slack off. Now it's your turn to pilot the ship. Damn. Groot, how did you have a child? I am Groot. I didn't give birth to it, it's Fang Mo who borrowed my seed. Groot hurriedly explained. What the valve? Rocket Raccoon's fur stood on end, his little paws scratching his head in utter disbelief. This, isn't, oh my god. I mean, dude, there are no women on this ship, but you can't do this to a tree, right? Dude, your XP is so freaking weird. No, listen to me first. Fang Mo, holding his forehead, realized this was a huge misunderstanding and quickly wanted to explain. Yeah, I thought using a frying pan as a toilet was weird enough. However, the others didn't give him the chance, as Drax couldn't help but say, I didn't expect you to be weirder than me. Honestly, I always thought this tree was male, how did you figure out it was female? You guys listen to me first. Trees don't have gender, you idiot. Rocket Raccoon yelled at Drax, then slapped his face in realization, no, this isn't the time for that. I'm screwed, I thought being the captain meant dealing with a bunch of messes, but I didn't expect the first one to be about a teammate's personal life. Speaking of which, Fang Mo, don't you know about taking precautions? You guys listen to me. Holy smokes! So that's what's happening. After hearing Rocket Raccoon's words, Star-Lord finally understood. I thought I was lecherous enough, but Fang Mo, bro, you're even more incredible. Enough of your nonsense, right? Fang Mo slammed the table and then drew out his Menulan sword. The previously noisy crowd instantly quieted down. That, Fang Mo. Star-Lord paused before speaking, I think there might be a misunderstanding, why don't you explain first? Not convincing enough without a blade, hey. Fang Mo rolled his eyes and then began to speak, I just broke off a branch from Groot, and then used a bit of magic to stimulate its growth, and it turned out like this. You can question my character, question my morals, but you absolutely can't question my XP. I am definitely a pure love war god. So, he's just a branch from Groot. After hearing Fang Mo's explanation, everyone seemed to gradually calm down. Rocket Raccoon stroked his chin and said oddly, but he doesn't look like a Groot. Groot is a tree, but he, seems more like some kind of vine, right? Rocket Raccoon was indeed correct. After all, this thing was a hybrid of thorn rose and Groot, so it also had some characteristics of the dusk thorn. Although he looked like a tree person, he was actually formed by countless vines entwined and twisted together, a bit different from Groot. Among those present, only Rocket Raccoon, who had lived with Groot for a long time, could notice these details. Well. Faced with Rocket Raccoon's doubt, Fang Mo had his own unique explanation, he only looks like a vine plant, but in reality, he's a genuine tree, so. I call him Vine Tree. Is that his name? Star-Lord asked, sounds a bit strange. Isn't that more like a biological genus? You do have a point. Fang Mo nodded thoughtfully, calling this thorn tree person vine tree was indeed too scary. What if it suddenly started throwing flame punches one day? Fang Mo pondered for a moment, then suddenly clapped his hands and said, "Got it. Since he's covered in thorns, how about calling him Thorn Dominator?" Thorn Dominator. Rocket Raccoon grinned, "Wow, so does he also shoot thorns? True to your role as Captain Rocket and the commentator, your salary this month is doubled." Fang Mo gave Rocket Raccoon a thumbs up, as the Thorn Dominator, of course, he'll shoot thorns, and not only that, he will also. I can see it now. Rocket Raccoon, rubbing his head with a headache, said, "You just like to see others in pain, don't you?" "You caught me." Fang Mo laughed, "Actually, in my past life, I was a head-splitting maggot, I loved to see people in pain. I didn't expect this habit to continue even in this life." Likes, to, see, people, in pain. The thorn tree person began to speak in a halting manner. This tree can actually speak human language. Rocket Raccoon didn't want to continue the conversation with Fang Mo, so he simply changed the subject. Is his vocal system more complex than Groot's? It's normal for each generation to be stronger than the last. Fang Mo explained, but he probably doesn't understand the meaning of these words, he's just simply mimicking the sounds. "Alright, looks like we're going to have one more crew member." Rocket Raccoon waved his hand and said, "But the good news is that this crew member doesn't need to eat, so our food conditions won't deteriorate because of him. Just give him some water and sunlight." "Do they need to be fertilized?" Drax asked with a bit of eagerness. "No need." Rocket Raccoon glared fiercely at Drax, "If you ask such unreasonable questions again, I'll throw away your broken pot." "Haha, it's no use even if you throw it away." Drax burst into laughter after hearing this, waving the frying pan in his hand, "This thing is very loyal. You could throw it into outer space and it would fly back on its own. I really love this weapon now, who needs knives anymore, that's a fool's weapon. I really should have listened to Fang Mo's advice back then." Hearing Drax's words, Rocket Raccoon helplessly touched his forehead, "If only we had buried Ronan in the ground as compost, at least you wouldn't be strutting around with a toilet all day." However, before he could finish, the hull of the Milano suddenly shook violently, as if it had been hit by something. "Foo *k. Rocket Raccoon slapped his head and quickly turned to run towards the cockpit. "I was too busy talking nonsense with you guys." Chapter 295, Steve Chapter 292. Damn! I got so caught up chatting with you all. Feeling the vibration of the Milano, Rocket Raccoon hurriedly ran towards the cockpit. "It felt like we just hit an asteroid, hopefully the cockpit is okay." "What?" Star-Lord couldn't sit still after hearing that. "Hey, that's my ship. It's your fault for being lazy and not coming back." Rocket Raccoon cursed as he ran, "It was almost time for you to take over the controls, but you slacked off. And the autopilot on this ship is awful, it's never been maintained since it left the factory, right?" "Factory? What factory?" Star-Lord said directly, "This ship was assembled by Yandu from parts, there's no such thing as a factory for it. Of course, he gave me the best parts. Why did I ever choose such a crappy ship?" Their voices, full of complaints, faded away as they reached the cockpit. Drax thought for a moment, then looked at the thorny tree person and Groot, and decided to leave. "They said we're almost there, I'll go to the bathroom first." After saying that, he left with a frying pan in hand. When everyone had left, only Groot and the thorny tree person were left, looking at each other. Groot is famously good-natured. Seeing his grandson, or should I say step-grandson, he was a bit excited and kept trying to communicate with him. The thorny tree person seemed a bit confused. Just born like the little ender dragon, the thorny tree person was far inferior. He could only parrot what others said in a broken way, looking somewhat dazed. But that's not really his fault. If ender dragons are viewed according to D&D settings, they symbolize the end of everything, clearly a high-tier dragon keen, probably with ancient memories and an unlimited potential once grown. As for the thorny tree person, Groot's mind is already slow, and the thorny tree person only inherited half of Groot's lineage. The other half comes from twilight thorns, which are not known for their intelligence. But it seems Groot doesn't mind. Even if the thorny tree person only parrots others, he looks happy, and even grew a flower from his hand to give to him. Seeing the flower, the other thought for a moment, then opened his hand, but instead of a flower, he grew a thorn as thick as a chopstick. Wow, that's a sharp gift. Fang Mo couldn't help but comment, but before getting a response, the ship suddenly shook violently again. Fang Mo was a bit puzzled. He looked at the thorny tree person and Groot, who seemed to be communicating well, feeling that the thorny tree person should understand Groot, given their shared lineage. So, Fang Mo headed straight to the cockpit. Pushing open the door, he asked Rocket Raccoon and Star-Lord, "What's happening? Are you two having fun shaking the hip in the cockpit?" "Only you would." Rocket kept operating the controls. "Actually, our ship has encountered a Kree patrol, and they are chasing us." "Really? This is good." Hearing this, Fang Mo's face showed a surprised expression. No choice, after all, the Kree are not as friendly as the Xandarians. Their attitude and difficulty are second only to the Sovereign. "Wait! Did you just say this is a good thing?" The Rocket Raccoon operating the console was startled, then incredulously turned to Fang Mo. "What, are you up to again? Isn't it enough that Drax has a frying pan? Hey, why do you think so badly of me?" Fang Mo smiled. "First, send a video to the Kree people over there. I'll talk to them. Our Team Rocket is a great organization maintaining peace in the galaxy. We shouldn't always be fighting and **ling. Just watch my words." "No need, the Kree have already contacted us." Star-Lord looked down at the screen, then pressed a button. Instantly, a screen appeared before everyone, showing several blue-skinned Kree in the video. Before Fang Mo could speak, the Kree had already started speaking arrogantly. "Foolish plunderers, this is the border of the Great Kree Empire." The leading Kree, holding a huge energy gun, said haughtily, "The Supreme Intelligence does not allow any vermin to offend the Empire's dignity. Scram back! Or we'll open fire and crush you." Hearing this, both Star-Lord and Rocket Raccoon felt a chill in their hearts. They almost simultaneously looked towards Fang Mo. "Oh? Are you sure?" As expected, Fang Mo immediately revealed a dangerous smile. "Do you know what happened to the last guy named Ronan who talked to me like this?" "Ronan?" The Kree glanced at each other and then couldn't help but sneer. "Are you talking about the Supreme Accuser Ronan? You, a bunch of space scavengers? Look at the ship you're flying. Ha ha ha, if Lord Ronan really appeared before you, you'd probably be scared out of your wits. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll give you one last chance." Fang Mo said, "If I really get angry, honestly, you can't bear the consequences. So, why not ask the Supreme Intelligence or some other superior first? Don't mistake ignorance for courage. You're in a good mood." Hearing this, the Kree leader suddenly showed a cruel smile. "That's quite a coincidence, my mood is very bad today. Since you refuse to leave quietly, don't blame us for being impolite." With that, he ordered his subordinates, "Fire, **LL these little thieves who invaded the Empire's border." "Great, I like people who seek death." Fang Mo smiled and nodded. Ronan would be very pleased to see this scene. "Rocket, go get Drax out of the toilet. Let his frying pan witness this scene." After saying this, he vanished on the spot with a flash of blue light. At the moment Fang Mo disappeared, the Kree warship launched another attack. Star-Lord quickly maneuvered the ship to dodge, but the left wing was still hit, causing the ship to shake violently. "No, where did he go?" Star-Lord controlled the ship and shouted, "The Kree's cannon is too powerful. If we take a few more hits, the ship will fall apart. Don't panic, he's already gone out." Rocket Raccoon adjusted his hat, feeling almost used to such scenes. He jumped down from the console and walked towards the toilet, waving his hand and saying, "You just keep controlling the ship." "All right, I saw him too." Star-Lord dodged a particle cannon, but then suddenly paused. "Wait, what's he doing with that box?" Comment. 1 comment. Vote. Chapter 296, Steve. Chapter 293. Watching the Kree fleet engaging in battle not far away. Fang Mo thought for a moment and directly took out a geokist from his body. Of course, he didn't intend to pack up the Kree fleet. After all, these people were really adept at courting death. Fang Mo even doubted if his own temper had become too mild recently. Anyway, he didn't plan to show mercy this time and decided to go straight for the **LL. He opened the box, and immediately pulled out the Ender Dragon from the nest. The Ender Dragon, initially fast asleep, slowly opened its eyes as it sensed a change in the environment. Upon seeing the vastness of space, it froze. Fang Mo didn't care about its reaction. He climbed onto the dragon and patted its neck. Come on, no time to daze. In reality, sound can't travel in a vacuum, but Fang Mo seemed to be talking. He was actually using the power of the Mind Stone, so it didn't matter. Let's go, let's finish them together. Are they, my mother's enemies? The Ender Dragon curiously looked at the distant warships, a technology it was seeing for the first time. However, it's worth mentioning that the vacuum of space had no effect on the Ender Dragon. It found the environment rather comfortable, quite similar to the End. They're just small fry, Fang Mo said as he put away the geochest. After putting away the box, Fang Mo took out Leviatine and with a swing, a coronal flame whip burst forth, quickly condensed, and transformed into a giant blazing sword over 40 meters long. The Ender Dragon roared in response and charged towards the Kree fleet. At first, the dragon instinctively flapped its wings as it was used to flying by beating the air on planets. But soon, it began to use its own power to move, somewhat like the principle of a void ring. Rather than primitively flapping its wings, using the void force field to propel itself was much more efficient. The dragon's speed increased rapidly, swiftly surpassing the Milano and directly pounced on a lone Kree spaceship. With a swing of his hand, Fang Mo's Leviatine emitted a high-temperature plasma of tens of thousands of degrees. The ship's external deck, even with force field support, couldn't withstand such heat and evaporated instantly where it was struck. As the Ender Dragon continued forward, the ship was cut in two. The Ender Dragon flew forward nearly 1,000 meters before the ship exploded behind it. What is this monstrosity? The Kree on other ships were terrified at the sight. That guy is riding a monster attacking us? What in the world is that thing in his hand? Attack! Attack him! The leading Kree was furious. He must be using a personal life support device, but he's unprotected by ship armor. We just need to hit him. But, Commander! A subordinate under him said, we are pursuing that marauder's spaceship. The hell are you thinking? The leading Kree suddenly cursed, do you think those scums can escape? Attack the bigger threats first, then we can slowly deal with them. All units, open fire. It must be said that the Kree civilization is indeed a military powerhouse. The moment the order was given, our fleet had already begun to change formation. Had they faced the Pegasus cavalry of Asgard, perhaps they might have had a chance, but unfortunately, they were facing Fang Mo. Not to mention the Kree fleet, even if Captain Marvel came, she probably would be dealt with a single punch. Facing the barrage from the Kree fleet, Fang Mo didn't even bother dodging. For one thing, these ship cannons couldn't penetrate his armor, and on the other hand, he wanted to see the defense and adaptive capabilities of the little Ender Dragon. A variety of live ammunition and energy beams came pouring down, and as Fang Mo thought, none of these attacks broke his defense. Instead, the Ender Dragon he was riding kept roaring angrily, its scales slightly damaged but not truly hurt, just a bit pained. Roar! Pained, the Ender Dragon seemed a bit angry, directly exhaling a breath of dragon. It wasn't a fireball or a flame shot, but a black and purple beam filled with destructive and ominous aura, instantly piercing through a spaceship. As the Ender Dragon turned its head to sweep, more than 10 spaceships were hit in an instant, exploding like fireworks in space. Seeing this scene, the remaining Kree fleet finally started to panic. They turned to flee, but with a raise of Fang Mo's hand, a tremendous force squeezed all the warships together. Then the Ender Dragon exhaled its breath again, instantly annihilating the Kree patrol ships. Feels alright. With the first battle a success, Fang Mo looked at the Ender Dragon under his feet. The little guy had taken a round of fleet fire and now looked a bit disheveled. Its originally dark, sleek scales were somewhat damaged, most of them becoming dull and lacking luster, with a small portion of the scales completely gone, probably blasted away. But fortunately, as a dragon, its defense was quite high. Although its scales were slightly damaged, it didn't bleed or sustain any wounds. In Fang Mo's view, if it's just the scales becoming dull and lusterless, a few days of cod liver oil would probably be enough to restore them. Actually, if it were up to Fang Mo, he could have resolved these fleets in less than 3 seconds. Just blindly launching AoE ultimate moves would do, no need to specifically charge into battle or play any little games like a Dragon Knight. Fang Mo just wanted to train the little Ender Dragon. After all, as a symbol of the end, its potential is undoubtedly immense. Fang Mo doesn't want it to become a greenhouse flower. Although he doesn't expect this little guy to help him fight or anything, its innate talent and strength should be understood, right? This is actually similar to humans. You don't need to know everything or be proficient in everything, but you should at least have sk*LLS like making instant noodles or sweeping the floor, right? In case they go to Middle Earth, or worlds with dragon like dragon maids, slimes, etc., this little ender dragon would be quite a face saver to bring out. Of course, if they could unlock a monster girl transformation or something, that'd be even better, because Fang Mo really wants a daughter he can hold in his arms. And while Fang Mo was pondering all this, the ender dragon under him, seeing the enemies all dealt with, seemed quite happy, directly starting to wag its tail. Roar! The ender dragon happily looked at the pile of ruins, excitedly roaring, "Weaklings, weaklings!" Hearing the ender dragon's call, Fang Mo almost couldn't stand steady and almost fell off the dragon's back. Although it was self-proclaimed small fry, the problem is, the little ender dragon's name gives off a rather strange feeling, like a demoness little dragon, doesn't it? Seems like the path of education is long and arduous. Fang Mo rubbed his temples, sighing with deep sentiment. After dealing with the Kree fleet, the recently fled Milano also quickly returned, but considering the ender dragon's current size, it was obviously impossible for Fang Mo to bring it back to the cabin. But to simply put it back in the chest wasn't right either. After all, it was raised as a daughter, so it definitely needed to be brought out to see the world. Hence, Fang Mo frowned and pondered for a while, then caressed the little ender dragon's neck and admonished her, "Well, I'll try to make you smaller later, remember not to resist, okay? I'm not very *LLED at this." "Okay, mommy." The ender dragon nodded obediently. Then Fang Mo directly controlled the infinity gauntlet with his mind, and the reality stone suddenly lit up, spreading red light over the ender dragon's body. Quickly, its body shrank rapidly, eventually returning to its appearance shortly after birth. It's indeed more comfortable this way. Fang Mo hugged the little ender dragon tightly and rubbed it vigorously in his arms, and the little ender dragon seemed quite happy, snuggling against Fang Mo like it was reliving its childhood. Holding the little ender dragon, Fang Mo returned to the Milano. After returning to the spaceship, the first thing Fang Mo saw was Drax, who was indeed fulfilling his duties, by allowing his frying pan to witness the recent scene. "Fang Mo, is this thing the legendary dragon?" Before Fang Mo could speak, Star-Lord immediately came up excitedly, "I remember hearing about this when I was a child. I thought it was just a legend, but I didn't expect it to actually exist. Is this interstellar dragon your pet?" "Oh, this is my daughter," Fang Mo casually said. "Last time she fell asleep it was 1890, when the legends of vampires and ripple warriors were widespread on Earth. Now it's the interstellar era, and I plan to take her out to see the world." "What? 1890? Star-Lord was also shocked after hearing this. Do all dragons sleep this much? A century-long slumber? This little guy was asleep last time, and not just me, maybe even my father wasn't born yet." "That's not necessarily true." Fang Mo waved his hand. "Your dad has been quite the survivor, maybe when humans were still monkeys, your dad was already sowing his wild oats." "What?" Star-Lord was initially stunned and then suddenly realized, "Wait a minute, are you saying you know my father?" "Yeah." Fang Mo nodded, not intending to hide anything. "My original plan was to first have fun in the Kree Empire, and when I'm done, I'll accompany you to find your dad." A dark fairy tale of little Star-Lord looking for his father, wouldn't that be beautiful? "Can you tell me about my father?" Star-Lord quickly asked. "What kind of person is he?" Hey, why is everyone's focus on father?" Rocket Raccoon, hearing this, waved his little paws and complained, "Shouldn't the focus be on daughter? This guy just made a spiked tyrant with Groot. And now, a dragon pops out. I suspect he has mastered some magic that can break through reproductive isolation." "Your father has mastered some magic that can break through reproductive isolation," Fang Mo turned to Star-Lord and said. "At a time like this, can you not take advantage of me?" Star-Lord said with a headache, "I really want to know who my father is. You should know I'm from Earth, right? My mother died of cancer when I was very young, and I've never seen my father. Do you want to hear the truth or a lie?" Fang Mo looked at Star-Lord and asked. "Is there a difference?" Star-Lord asked, somewhat perplexed. It's mainly because I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it and go mad or something, Fang Mo shrugged. After all, sometimes ignorance is bliss. Then, Star-Lord hesitated and tentatively asked, can you tell me a lie first so I can hear it? Your father is called Old John, a *LLED shoemaker. Once, after getting drunk, he knocked over Mrs. Mary's apple pie next door. Oh. Okay, enough, I don't want to hear this damn translation tone, Star-Lord interrupted, waving his hand, I want the truth. Who is my father really? Your father was even born before the origin of the River of Time. He is more magnificent, vast, and ancient than the land beneath your feet. He twinkles in the stars in his rightful place, Fang Mo explained. Your father looks like a desolate, barren, crimson world, but that's just an obscure facade to deceive mortals. Inside, he is a pale and twisted, indescribable horror, a blasphemy. You mortals are so insignificant, so small before him. So it's back to cosmic descriptions, hey. Star-Lord felt numb. Is this the truth? It sounds even more ridiculous than the fake story. But it's true, indeed. Fang Mo spread his hands. He didn't expect Marvel to have full mythos as well, and it seemed that Star-Lord knew something about it too. Your father is really indescribable. I don't need to lie to you about this kind of thing. Honestly, I even suspect he might be cousins with Groth. Yes, on this point, Fang Mo indeed did not lie. Star-Lord's father, Ego, is essentially a living planet, which in the Thulhu cosmology would definitely be considered an outer god. Unfortunately, his planetary weakness is too obvious, having a core that, if destroyed, would blow up the planet, while normally, outer gods are supposed to be immortal. So what is Groth? Star-Lord was confused after hearing this, clearly unaware of all the Thulhu mythos outer gods. So my father is some sort of, evil deity or something. Pretty much. Your father is a sphere. Fang Mo nodded. A sphere. Star-Lord couldn't understand Fang Mo's description. Don't tell me, my mother fell in love with a sphere. She told me my father was very handsome. Your nickname is Star-Lord, right? Fang Mo suddenly asked. Yeah. Star-Lord nodded. Why do you ask all of a sudden? That's funny, your father has a star in his nickname too. Fang Mo smiled and said, except you are called Star-Lord, and he's called Starball. Well, when you think about it, you two really are father and son, even the surnames are the same. Ha! Star-Lord was dumbfounded and almost subconsciously said, you're telling me my father is a planet? That. I mean, how did my mother manage that? Chapter 297, Bonus Steve Chapter 294. Cough cough, don't be agitated. Fang Mo quickly waved his hand and said, although your father is a planet, he usually appears in avatar form. Have you ever seen an outer god foolish enough to descend in their true form into the material realm? Seems like it. After hearing this, Star-Lord slowly calmed down and curiously said, but that means I should be considered a demigod, right? But why don't I have any special abilities? Maybe because, you haven't awakened yet. Fang Mo thought for a moment and said. Actually, Star-Lord has the potential to become another celestial being. In the original Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2, Ego regards Star-Lord as a battery, capable of providing the energy needed for expansion, which means Star-Lord himself is capable of generating light. Before dying, Ego threatened Star-Lord, saying that once he died, Star-Lord would lose his celestial power, but in reality, this was all his own words. The light energy that Star-Lord used was all from Ego, so naturally, it dissipated when Ego died. However, if Ego could use Star-Lord as a battery, it means Star-Lord himself can generate light, not just control it. But Ego never taught Star-Lord this method. This is probably because he wanted to keep a backup plan. After all, Ego's selfishness is well known, and if he wanted to control Star-Lord, he would definitely limit his power. Unfortunately, Ego ended up dying due to his own recklessness, and no one could teach Star-Lord how to generate light. But that's just the original story. Now, Fang Mo is already far along the path of modifying the story. Fang Mo says since the story is already messed up, why not just make another celestial being, Star-Lord? Of course, this is also a matter of necessity, especially since Star-Lord's achievements in the original are so disappointing that even Fang Mo, the audience, can hardly bear to watch. If Iron Man, Tony Stark, is considered immortal on par with gods. Then Star-Lord, Peter Quill, is a god on par with mortals, the man who punched out the entire Avengers 4, Marvel's best fool, the sixth man of the galaxy. From foster father to biological father, and then to father-in-law, this guy is simply the uncrowned king of the Father's Worry League. As for ego, the material for forging swords, Fang Mo is determined to get it, so he doesn't mind revealing some of ego's evil deeds to Star-Lord, like slaughtering his offspring, disregarding life and implanting brain cancer in Star-Lord's mother, among other things. Sure enough, Star-Lord was enraged the moment he heard it. How could he do this? Star-Lord almost roared out these words, his whole body trembling. She loved him so much. F***ck. F***ck. Even the nearby Rocket Raccoon fell silent after hearing all this. This was the first time Rocket had seen the other in such a state of disarray, which made him think of some unpleasant things, feeling somewhat suppressed at the moment. Yandu originally captured you to deliver to Ego as part of their deal, Fang Mo shrugged. But when Yandu realized Ego's evil deeds, he didn't hand you over and instead tried to raise you. If you don't believe it, you can ask Yandu yourself. I'm going to K*LL him. Star-Lord's eyes reddened as he roared, when are we going to find him? Let's wait until we've had our fun with the Kree civilization, Fang Mo said. You don't have to go looking for him deliberately. If he knows where you are, he'll probably be more anxious than you are and come over in the middle of the night to acknowledge kin. Why would he look for me? Star-Lord roared, but then took a deep breath and calmed down a bit. Sorry, I got a bit agitated. So, he plans to K*LL me like he did the other children. He K*LLed the other children because they didn't inherit his celestial gene. Fang Mo explained. But you did inherit it, so he'll try to deceive you back, first fooling you with kinship, then using you to help him realize his ambition of assimilating the universe. You'll understand when the time comes. He'll definitely start by pretending to be a loving father, then slowly indoctrinate you with his foolish ideals. Ah, praise be to the loving Father. Of course, you don't have to be afraid of him, I've got your back. With that, Fang Mo laughed and patted Star-Lord on the shoulder. Your dad may be a god like me, but there's a difference in the quality. I can KLL your dad with one punch. To be honest, not even Tyson can KLL your dad with one punch, but I can. Impressive, right? I'm really not in the mood for jokes right now. Star-Lord sighed, looking a bit desolate. Okay, maybe I should really thank you for being able to punch my dad to death, but for now, please let me be alone for a while, I need to calm down. With that, Star-Lord turned and left. After Star-Lord left, Drax quickly made an excuse and disappeared too. It's unclear whether he went to use the bathroom or to comfort Star-Lord, but he was gone in a flash. So, only Rocket Raccoon and Fang Mo were left in the cockpit. Is what you told Quill the truth? Rocket Raccoon nonchalantly fiddled with the spaceship's controls. Is his dad really a complete bastard? I've said it, haven't I? Fang Mo stroked the wings of a small shadow dragon. Sometimes the truth can drive people mad. But this is just too damn crazy, Rocket Raccoon couldn't help but curse. I thought Quill was the most normal one among us. Turns out he's a monster too. Great, now in the Team Rocket, none of us are normal, we're all monsters. That's not so bad, a family of monsters and all. Fang Mo smiled, not too bothered by the situation. By the way, we should have entered the territory of the Kree Empire by now, right? When will we reach the Kree home world? That depends on which route you want to take. Rocket Raccoon said, I've found a route. The jump points are dense, significantly shortening the travel time, but it's probably a Kree-only corridor, might encounter a lot of Kree ships. How long will it take using this route? Fang Mo asked. If the route is clear, about 3 hours, Rocket Raccoon checked the coordinates. But like I said, this route is full of. Let's take this route. Fang Mo waved his hand without hesitation and said, don't worry about the channel, watch me perform a trick to clear it. Oh no, I mean, watch me demonstrate clearing the channel. Save that SK*LL for Drax, he's been running to the toilet lately, replied Rocket Raccoon as he began to operate the spacecraft. By the way, we're about to reach the jump point. I suggest you prepare. As Rocket spoke, the Milano headed straight for a wormhole. After passing through, the previously empty space around them suddenly became busy with ships following their routes. They noticed the Milano, an oddity, and the Kree Empire's patrol ships immediately approached, with various shipborne weapons emerging from the vessels. Such small fries! Exclaimed the little ender dragon upon seeing the ships, flapping its wings and looking up at Fang Mo. So many small fries, mommy, shall we fight them? Cough, cough, don't use that term again, Fang Mo wiped his face. It feels weird. Next time, just call them enemies. After this, Fang Mo activated the void ring, and the Milano shook violently before a strong push felt on their backs as if becoming a streak of light, disappearing from the Kree's sight. Darn it, darn it, darn it! Rocket Raccoon, glued to his seat, frantically maneuvered the spacecraft. Stop accelerating! We're about to crash into another ship. What was originally a 3-hour journey was shortened to 15 minutes with Fang Mo's help. When the Milano finally stopped, Fang Mo saw before him a highly technological planet, clearly the Kree civilization's home world. Various spaceships and warships constantly took off from there, traveling back and forth between the Empire's various jump points. As Fang Mo observed the planet before him, before he could utter any witty remarks, a system prompt began to sound in his mind. System prompt, new module characteristic detected, research to obtain download permissions. Chapter 298, Steve Chapter 295. Hearing the prompt in his mind, Fang Mo also secretly admired his own decision. It seems his guess was correct, there's no need to focus solely on Earth, as the universe contains many modules for him to unlock. The Kree civilization is the best example. He hasn't even descended on their planet, and he's already unlocking modules. It seems like another bountiful harvest of modules, but he wonders how it compares to the module paradise, Asgard. Thinking this, Fang Mo began to look forward to it. So, he said directly to Rocket Raccoon, find a place to land quickly, I can't wait to engage in some cultural exchange with the Kree. You won't believe a word I say anymore, replied the Rocket Raccoon, lying on the console panting heavily and still shaken. There was no helping it, the recent star chasing was too frightening. A slight mishap in Rocket's operation, and everyone on the ship might have been doomed. It's just a little speed boost. Why are you so scared? Fang Mo patted Rocket Raccoon's back. A spaceship must fly as fast as flying, don't be scared. Even if we really capsized, I could pull you all back. What do you mean by pulling back? Rocket Raccoon began to retort, but before he could finish, a red light suddenly lit up on the console, and an alarm sounded. Hearing the alarm, Rocket Raccoon frowned and looked at the console. Well, you can't land now. The planetary anti-aircraft firepower network has locked onto us. If this ship moves an inch, it'll be shattered by orbital gauss cannons. That won't do, Fang Mo waved his hand. We can't just stay still, that's not an option. Drive the ship, isn't the airspace wide enough? Do you not understand what I'm saying? Rocket Raccoon said with a headache. That's an orbital gauss cannon powered by the Kree's helium core main energy tower. One shot and we probably won't even have ashes left. Do you not understand what I'm saying? Fang Mo replied in the same manner. What did I just say to Quill? I said I could K*LL his dad with one punch, and Ego is an ancient deity, a living planet, do you get my meaning? What do you mean? Rocket Raccoon silently looked at Fang Mo. You're more badass than Tyson. Seems I have to do it myself. Hearing this, Fang Mo took a deep breath and then started flying the Milano chaotically with a gravitational field. Hey, are you serious? Seeing Rocket Raccoon getting a bit tense, Fang Mo said, you don't think I want to destroy the entire Kree civilization, do you? Ronan's dark Aster I could shatter with one blow, why would I fear this? Fang Mo retorted, now no one can stop me from unlocking the module. What? A look of shock crossed Rocket Raccoon's face, you shattered the Dark Aster's left wing. What? Fang Mo was also startled, you didn't know about this. We all thought it was the white-haired old man. Rocket Raccoon said confusedly, you left with Drax first, then that guy named Diffan immediately started boasting, saying something about how Ronan doesn't know the might of the Diffan group's military and will soon regret it. As we piloted the ship out, we saw a beam of light hitting the left wing of the Dark Aster, we all thought it was his secret weapon. No, Drax saw that scene too. Fang Mo was a bit speechless, he never mentioned this to you later? About my heroic moment? That guy. Rocket Raccoon rolled his eyes, what else does he think about apart from toilets now? Luckily his heart is big enough, otherwise it would have been pulled out. Damn, you guys really didn't know about this. Fang Mo got upset, pulled out the Infinity Gauntlet, and wore it on his hand. Damn it, can't stand it, I'll punch the planet to explode. And during their conversation, the Kree planet's anti-air weapons were also launched. Suddenly, decks on the ground rapidly opened, and a mechanical tower as tall as a skyscraper rose from within, covered with dazzling high-tech pipelines. It locked, charged, and fired all at once, propelling a massive metal projectile to an almost ludicrous speed with a magnetic field, creating a majestic golden light streaking through the atmosphere, heading straight for the sky. Attack! Attack is coming! All the alarms in the spaceship were buzzing, and Rocket Raccoon hurriedly shouted, "Hurry up! What's the panic?" Seeing this, Fang Mo commented and then raised his hand towards the outside of the spaceship, his palm with the Infinity Gauntlet slowly rotating in mid-air. "Stop firing! Suck it back!" A green magic circle lit up. An unbelievable scene occurred. The original golden red light had already rushed out of the atmosphere and was about to hit the Milano in a few tens of kilometers, but strangely, it suddenly paused, then rapidly started to reverse back. It was as if a movie was being rewound. The golden light like lightning retracted back into the gauze cannon tower. Immediately following that, the entire turret began to sink until even the deck on the ground closed back up, as if nothing had happened. What is this? Rocket Raccoon was so shocked that he couldn't speak. How about that, isn't this move awesome? After performing a little trick, Fang Mo turned to Rocket Raccoon with pride and said, "If you think I'm awesome, please call me awesome bro." "I don't know about being awesome," Rocket Raccoon said blankly, "but I want to say, luckily you're not a woman." "That actually depends," Fang Mo said cheerfully. "If there's a beautiful, scared girl from the Lily Society who wants to get close to someone, then I can be." "You can change genders." Rocket Raccoon couldn't help but curse, "****, what can't you block people not do? It's not gender change, look at how vulgar you're making it sound." Fang Mo said, "I call it transforming, you know? In fact, for us block people, mere appearance means nothing. If we want, changing form is just a thought away. I could even turn into you, and then go sell instant noodles on Earth." "So, you guys don't have a true form?" Rocket Raccoon asked curiously. "There is." Fang Mo thought for a moment, then smiled and shook his head, "But, you wouldn't want to see what lies beneath this skin of mine." "Why?" Rocket Raccoon asked strangely, "Is your body illegally modified?" "No." "Then why?" "Because no one wants to look directly into the abyss." "You mean deep?" Rocket Raccoon opened his mouth in confusion, but just then, a bunch of alarm sounds burst out, and he had to look down, only to find that there was more activity from the Kree. "The Kree have sent a communication message." Rocket Raccoon slightly operated the translucent crystal display. "What do you plan to do? Answer it or?" "Let's answer it first." Fang Mo thought for a moment and then spoke. "Hopefully, these Kree have some sense and don't have water in their brains." Rocket Raccoon muttered softly and then began to operate the display screen. Very quickly, the image of a Kree appeared in front of them. "Stupid invaders, I don't care how you got here, but you'd better surrender quickly. This is the great territory of the Kree Empire, and we have the right to dispose of all your stupid property and lives. Before you say that, you'd better ask your planet what it thinks." The other side was blatantly disrespectful, obviously not intending to have a proper conversation, so Fang Mo stopped pretending and got ready to react. "Do you know who I am? How dare you talk to me like this? What does it matter who you are?" The Kree obviously didn't take Fang Mo seriously. "I am the renowned planetary spa therapist," Fang Mo said with a smile. "I am here specifically to treat the indifferent will of your Kree planet. I give you 3 minutes to leave this planet, or you will bear all the consequences." "Hey!" The other party was stunned after hearing this. "What nonsense are you talking about? Are you here to joke? You have 2 minutes and 55 seconds left to run," Fang Mo reminded. "What a mess." The other side was confused but clearly too lazy to think too much. "Since you fools are seeking death, then I will oblige you." After saying this, the video call immediately disconnected. "See, it's not my fault, right?" After the video ended, Fang Mo turned to Rocket Raccoon and spread his hands. "You saw it, they started insulting first, I was just reluctantly responding." "All right." Rocket Raccoon sighed helplessly, "I thought I had seen enough fools." As they were talking, the anti-air fire network of Kree planet had also been activated. Compared to the initial anti-air gauze cannons, now there were some installations that looked like helium core missiles, along with high-energy laser towers, plasma anti-air weapons, and such. It had to be said that the Kree civilization was indeed a military one, and these densely packed weapons looked quite frightening. They're getting serious. Rocket Raccoon noticed this and turned to ask Fang Mo, can you absorb all of these too? Who said it was me absorbing them back? It was them absorbing back. Fang Mo couldn't help but retort, but before he could finish, Drax suddenly pushed open the door of the cockpit in a rage. Who the hell sped up the ship just now? I wasn't sitting steady and ended up on a flat pan. And just as Drax rushed in to speak, something completely unexpected happened to Fang Mo. His system notification sound rang. System notification, poop concept studied, you have gained download access to a new module. FK. Comment. 1 comment. Vote. Chapter 299, Steve Chapter 296. My goodness! Fang Mo was almost exasperated after hearing the system prompt. How could it be this module? Honestly, when the system prompt first sounded, Fang Mo thought it was some module unlocking on the side of the Kree star and planned to quickly go down and check it out. But he never expected that the source of this module was actually on the spaceship. And it was the poop module. Strictly speaking, Fang Mo had played with this module before. It was back in the January 7th, 10 version of the server. He was still laboriously mining diamonds, while others were already equipped in brown-red gear, rampaging everywhere. Out of curiosity, Fang Mo asked others what this module was. So, someone enthusiastically took Fang Mo to a white block called a toilet and handed him a roll of toilet paper. Fang Mo, puzzled, right-clicked the toilet paper, only to find a weird brown smear in the middle of the paper. Then, others instructed him to use 4 such papers to craft a block of poop and then smelt it in a furnace into a brown-red poop ingot. The equipment made from poop ingots had the same values as diamond gear, and could also be enchanted. At the time, Fang Mo pondered over the poop ingot in his hand for a long time, always considering what's more important, dignity or survival. After that night, he felt his thoughts had been elevated. But that was just a game. In the game, playing with poop seemed not too big a deal. But now it's different. The game had become a part of Fang Mo, especially with the terrifying ability to realize things, making MC items especially real. Of course, the module itself wasn't what Fang Mo feared most. After all, no matter how disgusting the module was, as long as he didn't use it, it would at most represent a lucky block. What really scared Fang Mo was Drax. He had already unlocked over 40 modules, so he was very clear about the unlocking mechanism of the modules. Usually, the system prompt would only be triggered when a certain item was around him, but now this module was suddenly unlocked, and the reason was probably only one: Drax might be involved somehow. Thinking of this, Fang Mo felt his scalp tingle. Holy sh*t, Drax, don't come over. Fang Mo hurriedly yelled, go to the washroom and have a good rinse, we are all your teammates, vent your anger on Ronan, don't freaking hit us. What? Rocket Raccoon was also stunned. Wait, you mean Drax has? I just want to know who made the spaceship accelerate. Drax didn't care about these. He was about to push the door and walk into the cockpit. I was stuck in the toilet for a full half hour. I called for a long time but no one came to help me. Stop. Stop. Don't walk in there anymore. Fang Mo immediately shouted, we can talk this out, Drax, don't sit on, no, don't court death. What's with the view outside? Have we arrived? Drax saw the view outside the spaceship and was momentarily stunned, but then laughed, haha, looks like we've arrived at the Kree's home world, that's great. Saying so, Drax was about to lift the frying pan he held. Damn it! Seeing this, Fang Mo couldn't care less and raised his infinity gauntlet. Third bomb, loser eats dust. The time stone lit up with a green light, and immediately Drax's body began to rapidly reverse, first putting down the frying pan, then his smile faded, and finally, he walked backward, closing the door behind him. Phew, done. After sending Drax away, Fang Mo also relaxed. So the principle of your move is to control time. Rocket Raccoon didn't know what the Infinity Stones were, but he was very intelligent and after seeing Fang Mo use his ability twice, he immediately caught on, is there no limit to this kind of time reversal? Like range or how far back you can go? There are definitely limits, you can't reverse the universe back to a singularity, right? Fang Mo shrugged and said, the Infinity Stones are actually pretty powerful, but they really test the mental strength and compatibility of the user. My compatibility with the Time Stone is quite good, a bit less than the Space Stone, but it's enough for usual use. What about Drax? Rocket Raccoon asked, did you just reverse him back outside the door, or did you also use no shooting, suck it back? Kudos to my designated roast master, even these little details you've noticed. Hearing this, Fang Mo immediately gave Rocket Raccoon a thumbs up. I set Drax to rewind 35 minutes, so his current state is no pooping, suck it back. Of course, I had no choice, what if he can't clean himself? So, I had to resort to this, clean and hygienic, brothers. Are you still human? After listening, Rocket Raccoon started to feel a bit sorry for the other. Is this what you call not beating up your teammates? Drax is about to faint, crying in the bathroom. Ah, you're wrong there. Fang Mo smiled and waved his hand. In these 35 minutes, his name should be Dexter. The Rocket Raccoon just held his forehead and didn't want to say anything more about it. Hurry and prepare, the next wave of Kree attacks is about to come. Oh, don't panic. Fang Mo nodded, soon you'll witness my true power. As he spoke, the Kree started their attack, with various kinds of live ammunition and energy beams filling the sky, instantly swallowing up the entire space in front of the spaceship. All that could be seen were the various attacks. Fang Mo immediately teleported outside the spaceship and clenched his fist. A brilliant azure light shone, and the space in front of the Milano was immediately engulfed in a spatial fog, followed by a profound void that began to rapidly expand. It was somewhat like the portal in the Battle of New York, but both the scale and the speed of expansion were much more exaggerated. The attacks launched by the Kree soon all entered this portal, and then Fang Mo clenched his fist again. All these attacks poured out from the portal like rain, bombing the Kree's land in return. The area below where the Milano was hovering was likely a military zone, and one could see many defensive fortifications with the naked eye. However, as a barrage of laser beams hit down, the entire area quickly descended into chaos with various explosions and fires flashing. However, the Kree quickly deployed an energy barrier. A pale blue energy first interconnected into a huge net-like structure, and then formed an impenetrable shield. Neither particle cannons nor live ammunition could do more than cause ripples on its surface. In the original Guardians of the Galaxy, Xandar's spaceship also used a similar pale yellow energy barrier. It seems the Kree must have mastered similar technology. Damn, that's really cool. Fang Mo was a bit surprised looking at the energy barrier below. The coverage was so wide, worthy of an interstellar civilization. Just this military zone was almost as large as several Soul societies. It seems I need to take a trip to the world of Naruto, at least to bring Kagai's sword. It's too uncomfortable not being able to throw meteors. Fang Mo looked at the energy barrier below, and couldn't help but mutter to himself, Tisk, now I want to throw a stone but can't find a handy one. Wait, a stone. With that thought, Fang Mo didn't say anything further and directly pulled out his simply great sword. And he released the bedrock golem Malphite. Great genius, it's time to show your indestructible strength. Fang Mo patted Malphite's shoulder and, without waiting for a reaction, he threw him violently downwards. The bedrock golem flew out with a confused face. But before he could completely fall into the atmosphere, suddenly a small teleportation portal appeared in front of him. The bedrock golem crashed into this teleportation portal and then found himself back next to Fang Mo. Immediately, a purple light shone from Fang Mo, and the gravitational field that had just been propelling the spaceship started to accelerate the bedrock golem, pushing him forward and then back into the teleportation portal. In this way, Malphite's body was continually accelerated by the gravitational field. Eventually, even Fang Mo couldn't see his figure, only a faint grey light rushing back and forth between the two teleportation portals. Go, Malphite! Feeling the acceleration was about enough, Fang Mo directly deactivated the teleportation portal. Malphite's body instantly smashed towards the earth, his body already indistinguishable due to the acceleration. The atmosphere didn't even have time to heat up from friction, the air was forcibly penetrated as if it were solid. Of course, the defense shield below met the same fate. In less than 0.01 seconds, the protective shield was forcibly penetrated, and even the shield generator didn't have time to overload and explode. Malphite had already heavily crashed into the ground. The hard metallic ground turned as soft as water, and Malphite's body plunged into it, then heavily slammed into the deep crust of the earth, releasing all kinetic energy in an instant. At that moment, Malphite seemed to turn into light, and all the matter around him sublimated in an instant. It was like the staff of God hitting the ground. Mountains crumbled, ley lines shattered, and an unprecedented shockwave swept across the land. Large chunks of rock burst open, and countless cracks spread wildly like abyssal rifts, destroying everything in their path. Even the steel jungles of the Kree collapsed instantly, countless defense works and buildings exploded at the same time, turning into dazzling firelight. Ash and smoke billowing out from the fissures were like a roaring tsunami, swallowing everything under the cover of darkness. Chapter 300, Steve Chapter 297. Actually, in the Marvel setting, the various high-tech methods of the Kree civilization are quite impressive. In the comics, the Kree Empire, Skrull Empire, and Shi'ar Empire are combined to form the three major civilizations of the Marvel Universe. They even created the Inhumans. But how should I put it? Those are just settings in the comics. In the movie universe, the Kree Empire and the Nova Corps have been tearing at each other for over 100 years, and both sides couldn't sustain it anymore, which led to a reluctant peace treaty. If the Kree Empire was really that powerful, it wouldn't have been locked in a 100-year battle with Xandar, right? So clearly, the strength between the Kree Empire and the Nova Corps isn't too different. And as for how powerful the Nova Corps is, the movies have made it quite clear. To tell the truth, it's just so-so. At the time, Ronan had the Power Stone, so comparing him might be a bit biased, but a year later, Thanos didn't use any Infinity Stones and relied solely on his forces to completely conquer Xandar. Yet even Thanos' fleet couldn't withstand Captain Marvel, who directly pierced through them in Avengers: Endgame. So, in summary, Kree Civilization Nova Corps Vehicle K***ler Captain Marvel. Fang Mo is always consuming essence berries and universal meatballs and even enchanting golden apples for a snack, so it's unlikely he's weaker than Captain Marvel, right? Even Thanos without any stones could destroy Xandar with his fleet. You can imagine how weak these civilizations are in terms of power. Even without the Infinity Stones, Fang Mo could probably push through with his own strength. Just by throwing Malphite to the ground, Fang Mo destroyed an area almost as large as the Nova Corps headquarters. But this time, Fang Mo doesn't plan to stop, especially since the Kree were the first to strike. Honestly, this group of blue-skinned aliens is a bit too arrogant. From Ronan to the patrolling soldiers, to the Kree home world, they treat outsiders like ants, ready to K***ll at any moment. Since the Kree struck first, Fang Mo doesn't need to pretend to be a righteous gentleman anymore. After destroying the military area below, Fang Mo returned the Ender Dragon to its original size and rode it to survey the terrain of the Kree planet, also shooting down numerous Kree unmanned fighters. Before long, Fang Mo noticed a mountain range with a very high terrain. Different from the skyscraper-filled environment of the Kree planet. The mountain range that Fang Mo saw, apart from a majestic temple, didn't have any other superfluous buildings. Occupying such a large area in the precious land of the Kree home world, even a fool could see how important this place was. This is the sole leader of the Kree. A super-life computer created by Kree biotechnology, the Supreme Intelligence. It's said that this thing combines the wisdom of countless Kree, including science, philosophy, military, thought, and all aspects, representing another level of artificial intelligence. Oh, Supreme Intelligence. Fang Mo looked down at the temple below and showed a thoughtful expression. After thinking it over, he patted the Ender Dragon's neck, channeled all the energy of the beacon into it, and signaled it to return first to meet up with the Milano. As for Fang Mo himself, he slowly landed on the dome of the temple. The scenery here is quite beautiful. Although it's a mountain range, the people of Kree have flattened the mountain top, making it very flat. Coupled with this grand temple, it indeed gives a strange feeling. If an ordinary person were to see this place, they might feel an urge to worship from within. But Fang Mo is different. He observed the structure of the temple for a moment and then disdainfully curled his lips, silently muttering to himself that he could also build this. After observing the nearby terrain, Fang Mo immediately got to work. He summoned his substitute Steve, placed a stone on top of the temple, and then took out a brand new hot spring sword from his inventory. The previous hot spring sword was given to Arena in the Jojo world by Fang Mo. However, after returning to the MC world last time, Fang Mo took some time to make a new one for himself. Watch me pour some sense into your leader's head. Seeing the various war machines and small spacecraft in the distance, Fang Mo showed a wicked smile and directly inserted the hot spring sword into the stone. The next second, clear water spontaneously emerged. Around the hot spring sword, about 8 cubic meters of clear water spontaneously formed. The water began to flow everywhere as soon as it appeared, and a large amount of warm water suddenly began to wash down the temple. But how to put it? It's like there's an invisible portal in the void. The warm and clear water keeps flowing, but it never seems to end. The warm water continues to bubble out from the air, as if an invisible spring eye has appeared out of nowhere. Of course, the flow rate of water isn't that large yet. After all, the spring eye isn't that big yet, so no matter how much it flows, it's useless, it can't even fill a small swimming pool. The high-pressure fountains on the planet Morag spray more water in 1 second than this. But soon, the terrifying logic judgment of the hot spring sword began to exert its force. Like the hot spring machine in the MC world, the hot spring sword begins to expand the spring eye outward from itself without any restrictions. The terror of it comes from its bizarre logic chain. When the bamboo module author was designing the hot spring machine, he did not impose any restrictions or detection mechanisms on the range, which means the hot spring machine will keep producing spring water outward regardless of the size of the pool, until it's submerged in the water before it stops. Initially, it could only generate 8 cubic meters of clear water. But soon it began to exert its force, and the invisible portal in the air seemed to be expanding outward. The volume of water it generated went from 8 cubic meters to 24, then 48, and when the hot spring sword could instantly generate more than 10,000 cubic meters of warm spring water, less than a minute had passed. At this moment, the invisible doors around probably expanded to about 100 meters in diameter. The flow rate of the Shangzi Hyukao waterfall is about 1300 cubic meters per second, and now the throughput of the hot spring sword is more than 10 times that. Even as the scale of the temple is exceptionally grand, it has now been completely submerged by the pouring water. From a distance, the temple below is now completely out of sight, replaced by a massive waterfall that appeared out of nowhere, constantly rushing downwards. However, that's not all. After the hot spring sword has been stabbed into the ground for more than 2 minutes, the diameter of the invisible gate doubles again, and its throughput has reached an astonishing 57,000 tons, several times what it was a minute ago. Only now is the terrifying nature of the hot spring sword slowly becoming apparent. It doesn't adhere to any laws of mass energy conservation, instead generating hot spring water based on its own logic and rules, and as time passes, the scale of the hot springs it creates will grow exponentially. The Kree people here have also reacted. After all, it's as if Fang Mo is almost defecating on their heads, which can be said to be the most deplorable behavior. The entire planet's soldiers have mobilized, and fleets from other star systems have also received dispatch orders. In short, they are determined to K*LL Fang Mo at all costs. In an instant, countless battleships, spacecraft, drones, and even space-based weapons are all aimed at Fang Mo. Yes, the Kree are really a bit desperate now. They even used a super cannon capable of destroying asteroids, planning to completely erase the entire area. Although the Supreme Intelligence is a biological computer, as long as its data stream can be uploaded to the Empire's network, even if the biological computer itself is destroyed, it can still be remade. In truth, this weapon is quite a threat to Fang Mo. After all, although he can destroy worlds in various ways, his defensive capability is still lacking. Normally even the captain-level powerhouses from the world of Bleach can make him lose half a heart. Fang Mo is well aware of this. Without using beacons, even large thermonuclear bombs can nearly K*LL him, let alone a planet-destroying cannon. But remember, this is the Marvel Cinematic Universe, and Fang Mo has 4 Infinity Stones in his hand, making him truly invincible. The Kree people, no matter what they do, can't do anything to him. And during the time the Kree people continuously attack Fang Mo, time moves forward another dozen minutes. The mountain range beneath Fang Mo's feet has completely disappeared, and the invisible gate expanded by the hot spring sword, its diameter has reached an astonishing more than 2,000 meters. This means its throughput per second has reached nearly 5 million tons. The Earth's largest Niagara Falls has a flow rate of only about 6,000 cubic meters per second, while the current hot spring sword is equivalent to over 700 Niagara Falls, able to fill an entire West Lake in 3 seconds. The hot and clear hot spring water turned into a raging torrent, rushing towards the nearest city. The surrounding temperature rose by more than 20 degrees due to it, and the air was filled with warm white mist everywhere. Kree's own drainage facilities were completely paralyzed in an instant, the spring water poured into all kinds of buildings, circuits were paralyzed, communication failed, and everything around gradually fell into chaos. Perhaps in the eyes of the Kree people, this is already a flood disaster. But for the hot spring sword, this doesn't even count as a trivial amount. Time continues to move forward. 3 hours later, the diameter of the invisible gate generating the hot springs reached more than 20,000 meters, able to instantly generate 460 million tons of hot spring water, equivalent to smashing 326 West Lakes onto the ground every second. The apocalyptic flood from the Book of Revelation has now descended. Even from outer space, you can see a blue area slowly expanding. The region where Fang Mo is now completely obscured by mountains, only a huge, almost absurdly large, clear water column stands there. The endless hot water gushes out from the void, turning into a raging flood, indiscriminately sweeping away everything in its path, and then continuing on to its next target. The surrounding cities had already become paralyzed 2 hours ago. Metal buildings? Heliothermal energy towers, waterproof layers? It turns out that in the face of absolute quantity, any high technology loses its intended function. The entire city was submerged by the hot springs in an instant, the clean water flow falling from the sky, surging and relentless, taking away anything they wish to carry with them, and then continuing towards the next target. Just like the prophetic dreams of the deep-sea slumbering lord, this will be a disaster for all terrestrial organisms, but for aquatic species, it is almost a blessing like carnival. However, regrettably, there are no aquatic species on the Kree home world.
Thanks for listening.